Volya Radio. Slava Ukraini!
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a great day. Let's see here. Ah, freaking broken thing again. All right, that's fine. I can figure this out. I can fix it. I sound like Bob the Builder. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. Okay, let's try this way. See if that works. All right, let's go ahead and do a timestamp though, because timestamps are very important. And gives us an idea of where we are in the world. It is Friday, January 30th in much of the world, but not all of the world. So we're going to check out what time it is where. And I need this up in order to do that. On Minge Lane in the UK, it is 4:01 a.m. And in Pongpinga, Sweden, it is 5:01 a.m. In Popka, Ukraine, it is 6:01 a.m. And in the workers' paradise of Hangover Bay, Australia, it is 12:01 p.m. And then, of course, Takashita Street in Tokyo, Japan, it is 1:02 p.m. It is 2:32 p.m. in Paradise, Australia. I know that's a little odd sounding for me, but we're going to go with it at this time. And in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, it is 11:32 a.m. Boy, that should have, I missed something. I have lost one of my time zones. Melbourne has disappeared. I will have to fix that later. We're going to go on with life. But in Heart's Content, Newfoundland and Labrador, it is 12:32 a.m. And in still on Thursday, January 29th, in Come by Chance, no wait, in Satan's Kingdom, where the hell am I? There I am. Sorry, in Satan's Kingdom, Massachusetts, where they like to choke chickens, it is 11:03 p.m. I am losing my grip on things now. In Spread Eagle, Wisconsin, it is 10:03 p.m. In Beaver Creek, Colorado, it is 9:03 p.m. And in Placenta, California, it is 8:03 p.m. And then, of course, it is 7:03 p.m. in Chicken, Alaska, where Sarah Palin could see Russia from her house. And for some reason, I have Caracas, Venezuela also up on my time page here, but I seem to have lost Melbourne. I will go about fixing that. MidwestFella, how are you? And hello to Will also for this week in Absurdistan. How's it going, guys?
Doing well, Prince. How are you doing?
I think I answered that earlier. I said that poor Midwest I sent him a message full of rage. Nothing to do with Ukraine, nothing to do with Russia, but I knew he would understand. So anyway,
Sweet.
I'm what?
I said sweet. Anytime you're sending rage messages and they're not to me, I'm happy.
Well, I told you I I went to the doctor today, and there was a form that I needed to fill out, and one of them was, "Are you ever yelled at by or cursed at by family or somebody else on a daily basis?" And I answered no, but then I thought, I wonder if I should put Will in that.
Well, the actual wording was, have you ever been screamed at? And, I haven't breached the screaming line, but, I do breach the etiquette in as far as blue language and probably other things.
Yeah. And so anyway, it was sort of a fun thought in the middle of filling
Ladies,
out.
if I'm not sexually harassing you, then it means I don't like you.
That's so true.
I know. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry. I'll apologize unreservedly for it right now, and just get that out of the way. Um, so here's the thing. I've got the ads up in the nest as always, starting with the a volunteer form for Volya. If you want to come help us out in any way, and you've got a skill and a couple hours a week, and you think you want to send us a message to say, "Hey, I'd like to help out in this way," and we can add you on if you'd like. We're hosting books. Oleg Varetsky's book and his fantasy novel, and the poetry and the short stories from Gloria Mindok and Svet Nam up there. And those authors are all donating the proceeds of their book sales to other causes here at Volya, particularly things where people can kill Russians in previous incarnations. Both our medics are up there. Rebecca Makiowski's and April Huggett's fundraiser links are up there. And anytime you want to help those two get the bits and bobs to keep their units going, we know that money's going to a good cause. So, and then also, of course, both of the ones that War Doggos helped put up in relation to the shotgun training course, which I think is just a really invaluable. And at some point may have a measurable or demonstrably measurable impact on the shoot down rate of tactical UAVs. But we can talk about that later. Um, so War Doggo's other fundraiser, of course, is the proactive one, and they've finished up the donation drive. Thank you, Robin, in particular, for pushing that one along, and they're moved on to getting them some small diesel winter heaters that are trench heaters that don't put out a signature any bigger than a car exhaust, and they can diffuse it, and it uses all that fuel energy to turn into waste heat energy that they definitely need inside those trenches. So he found a great deal on them, and he's going to progress with getting those as people finish, as we can do the donations now through the next few weeks. Has gotten a little better in Ukraine, but they're going to have another drop here again in another week, and we'll see if things like attacks on energy infrastructure and housing does in fact slow down at all. One thing we know isn't slowing down at all, of course, is the Russian kidnapping of Ukrainian children from the occupied areas and sending them off to indoctrination summer camp that they're going to do again this year, of course, both in occupied territories and in Russia, and even in as far as North Korea. So the Volya Radio has interviewed the folks that work on identifying and tracking where these children are, and there are over 35,000 of those kids that they're tracking with an evidence-based approach that allows not only to make sure the child gets returned, but so that a prosecution of the people who've taken them and had them in custody can be met if there can be trials for those folks after the war's over, because it's it's a crime against humanity. So the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab has been on a couple of times to talk to us about that. You can probably search for those on Spotify. They were great interviews. But if you are want to make a donation to that laboratory, their fundraiser is still up there, and I think they're just trying to cobble along with what they can get to keep that whole active area going until such time as a Congress decides to reinstate uh, things that Doge eliminated that are phenomenally in the world and the United States' best interest. But that's just me saying that. We'll see. But hopefully, if you want to help contribute to that fundraiser, it's up there. And then, of course, last but not least, is Richard Woodruff's team at Frontline Kit, who definitely don't make drones for Achilles. And if you've been watching the boards, Achilles is a good performer on the Magyar Birds scoreboard, and that's done with the help of Richard, and he also helps get them vehicles sometimes, and does humanitarian things like the Winter Coat campaign. Actually, quite a good a campaign a few months ago to do winter coats for Kiev residents that were under disadvantage because they did, in fact, have a bitterly cold winter, as we all know from living through it now. And Russia did knock out the power, so that was a really good effort of Richard's. He's a great guy. If you get over to Lviv and you've built up a relationship with him online, I'd recommend uh, trying to have a look at his operation and see for yourself how you might help out with making drones and supporting the community he lives in over there. Lviv's a really nice place. And that's the ads, buddy. This is a rare treat sitting with MidwestFella, so we're going to relish it all we can and possibly even let him speak. What do you think?
I might be able to get a word or two in, I think. Yeah. Appreciate the kind words, Will. Yeah, I haven't. I did one Absurdistan with you quite a while ago, and it's not often I get to sit across you. Usually I follow you with mockers.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And our repartee in the background is the only exposure we get. But yeah, I do remember that. That's why I said it's a rare opportunity to get a sit with you. And I remember the last time it was quite good because back then, as probably today, there's some things that you know a lot more about than I would, and I want to talk about, like radar systems and well, some of the satellite intelligence stuff that's in the news summary. So here at This Week in Absurdistan, we do a bit of a free form news summary that you won't even know that we've worked through until we get to the end. But we will work through it. Stop me anytime, Midwest or anybody else, if you want to come up and have a chat about anything, you want to ask any question, or you want to provide a point of view on any issue. Hopefully, we'll get into some controversy, and people will want to engage like that. But in the meantime, I'll start off with uh, this energy truce that I alluded to, that Donald Trump said he's got his buddy Putin to agree to. But we'll see whether or not that happens. I haven't seen a UAV report for today, and I haven't heard much out of that area. So we'll see if that takes effect. If it takes effect now, if it takes effect tomorrow, and if it sticks in effect, and how Russia interprets that. Because I'll tell you what, I re, it's my position that the strikes on energy that's solely for civilian purpose and might cross into some commercial area, of course, right? But isn't designed. It's not the things that are going to win the war for Ukraine. Attacks on those is the thing we'd be looking to see stop. Even though Russia may try to interpret it and say they can attack uh, electricity infrastructure because it pushes the war effort. If they do that, that's a real opportunity for Ukraine to respond in kind on Russia once they draw the line in the sand there in relation to what Russia says is acceptable and isn't. Now, Russia up to this point just lies about the targets it's attacking and claims they're all military, which is 100, nearly 100% untrue. Uh, but we'll see what happens. Trump was boasting about it. I hate to tell you, my take on it is that it's probably just uh, a ruse being put forward by Trump for a period of time to hold it over on Ukraine to get them to coerce them into trying to give up this chunk of the Donbass. And Ukraine should still say absolutely no to that. And then uh, Trump will tell his buddy Putin to turn the spigot back on, and they'll get a series of the worst aerial attacks on power and people as we've seen this winter so far. That's my prediction. It's all bad news. When Trump gets involved in anything, it's always pretty much all bad news. He never really brings a good news story to us. I mean, Venezuela, the sugar buzz of how well a special operations team did went away almost immediately, and you're left with chaos and a situation that probably end up being worse than it was beforehand. And guess what, folks? Trump Trump failed in the oil business, because there's loads of people that are going to tell you there is so much oil out there in that area, whatever it is, that you're going to make a gazillion dollars as a wildcat or never been in the business before, and people get sucked into it. Venezuela had been overstating their reserves for a long period of time under two successive communist governance, I guess you'd call them, and the oil that they've got there is both difficult to recover, difficult to handle, and difficult to, particular to refine. So it ain't all that in a bag of chips with regard to the upside, and the downside is horrendously risky to the point where, like, even Exxon wouldn't be involved. So he's not fixing things. He's not going to fix this. It will not fix this war if Ukraine gives up all the fortification belts and the major city conglomerations we're talking about here in the remaining portion of the Donbass, because Russia literally will not be able to take all these anytime soon. Anytime soon. It's going to be hundreds of years. Russia is advancing in this war at a rate which is slower than any army's advance in the last 100 years. So their advance is so slow that there was a prisoner exchange, obviously negotiated in the quiet by Budanov, where a body exchange where the remains of 1,000 Ukrainians killed was handed over to Ukraine, and Ukraine handed back 38 bodies of Russians. Now get your head around that. We know that Russia's been crawling forward, just tiniest little bits, as Ukraine whittles away men the whole time while they're doing that. But note that Russia took ground so slowly in this little back and forth contest that Ukraine had time to evacuate Russian dead from the battlefield and process them and store them for an exchange just like this. So that they had time to do all that before Russia took over the areas where they're at. So Russia is really moving slowly here, and this is no time to be accepting horrendously terrible deals that will allow Russia to both capture major fortification belts that they would otherwise have to overcome, and leave Ukraine in a position where they would have to build from scratch whole new defensive lines somewhere out there in the fields between Kramatorsk and the Dnipro to the west. That's a big swath of land. They'd really have to put a lot of engineering in, and they'd have to start where Russia would start from, this perfect set of fortifications that's been built up. And that gift to Russia will open up opportunity as soon as they can rebuild the numbers. Russia would just refill the numbers of all of its units with meat, not trained meat, just meat. But they'd have huge numbers then, and they'd probably restart again almost immediately, because they do have capability of fielding a lot more armor in the short term, up to the size of the army they've had. Russia isn't out of armor, but it's out of armor reserves. So from here, it's working out of production in missiles and tanks and everything, everything, right? Russia doesn't have surplus anything anymore, and it's working out of current production. So, but it would be very, very threatening to the rest of Ukraine and all of Europe, with a character who hasn't changed his opinion about what his long-term goals are. It would have that person in fortification cities where you couldn't attack him. He would, as quickly as possible, build up the capability to move and attack again, and he would do so. That is the lesson through history, and it's clear, given the statements of Russia, that they have no intent of stopping until they are stopped. So we should all take that into heart and act accordingly, particularly at the national level of all of our countries. Lexicon.
Yeah, I think it's not as if you see two camps in Ukraine. It's not as if there's a surrender camp or a compromise camp or something, and the hardliners. And any journalist that tries to make this out, and that's the only people that try to make it out, or a few feeble politicians, that's because they don't know anything. But there's no, I mean, we hear from them, even the entire opposition they're as gung-ho as anybody, and there's no other contender for the presidency who would be less tough on this position. I think the journalists don't particularly understand, the dumber of them, that of course Ukraine has to engage in these talks and sort of make like, yeah, we're listening to your proposals, and yeah, we got proposals of our own, because you have to do that, like everybody else in the world has to do that. But yeah, we don't have some kind of wavering inside the Ukrainian political space. So I don't think we need to worry about Ukraine capitulating. Nor do you. I'm not saying you do.
Yeah,
Back
yeah,
to
I
you.
agree. Yeah. Thanks, Lexi. Okay, so the next thing is that the Financial Times is reporting that Russia's oil revenues are plummeting due to sanctions in 2025. In 2025, they fell by a fifth compared to the previous year. And more importantly, Russia's oil, gas, refined product, and LNG revenue is down 45% from pre-war, from 2021, the norm back then. So it's down a lot, almost half overall. And a good chunk of that is now when sanctions started taking effect, because Ukrainian sanctions, which are the best sanctions, by the way, have done all the remaining work. And if if enforcement of sanctions of the EU sanctions package up through the 19th, if those can't be enforced in existing one, there's literally no necessary, there's no use in writing new ones. There's some weird interpretations, but there's no sense working on packages that you're passing if you're not going to actually enforce them. And we see the opportunity, we see the identification, we see that they said that we're preparing or following or getting ready to take over stateless vessels and impound them until they can be both owned properly and brought up to standard fully, so that they can go about their work. But in order to do that, somebody's got to start arresting vehicles, these vessels, and yeah, nobody is yet. Lexi, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, if the Europeans can't afford to spend enough money to buy and build what Ukraine needs in terms of weapons, is it that costly or difficult, or requiring manpower and ships and helicopters they don't have, to step up the pace of detaining these Russians? And I realize even detaining them for a week is doing some good, but why? Like, wouldn't that be way easier? And haven't they already
It's
started to
it's both
demonstrate?
it's way more cost effective. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm scratching my head here. Like, I can remember in the first year of the war, us starting to see that Joe Biden wasn't really going for victory. And I was scratching my head for a while until we finally started saying to each other, he just doesn't want to do this. Well, now I'm trying to understand, why aren't the Europeans doing this? They just, like, they're scared to stop Russian
Well,
ships. What is it?
I don't know, but it has been. Oh, America will do something. We'll wait. To, oh, well, we hope America will do something, and then we'll wait. To, oh, we'll try to talk America into doing something, and then we'll wait. Up to the point where, holy shit, America's doing things that are bad. It's time to no longer wait. Right? How many more signals do you
Yeah.
need? That you need to start cutting off Russia's cash flow. Because the point you're getting to, Lexi, is this: every dollar Russia doesn't get in cash flow of oil that's being transported around the world at your risk, not Russia's risk, because they're not going to do anything about the environmental catastrophes they create, or the health and the deaths and health impacts on people that they're going to have as a result of disasters of these vessels, which are unregulated and outside the system, applying the waves with hundreds of thousands of barrels and even millions of barrels of crude oil on them, and there was clear justification for Europe to take these vessels into their inspection and detention program on as they traverse the Baltic. And this is the statement put out the other day that they're saying they have right to do it. They've seen it, and we've seen the mechanism by which Trump has said these are stateless vessels, and they remain stateless vessels even after the declaration that they've changed flags on the high seas and stuff like that. So there's precedent. I just think there's so much evidence here and so much that's built up, and it's. I mean, I say at each iteration, but it's unbelievable we haven't seen Europe really do anything to now. But clearly they should, because sanctions that were put in place by at the end of 2025, remember, had a big effect on the overall revenue for the previous year. As they say, it falling to by a fifth compared to the previous year. But remember, a good chunk of that are plummeting due to sanctions that are delivered by Ukraine and drone, not just those. So the thing is, unless you want Ukraine to bomb Primorsk, bomb Ust-Luga, bomb Vysotsk, bomb Novorossiysk, and bomb Tuapse into the Stone Age, and sink all the vessels that are going back empty. If you want to see that, they can do it, and they're proceeding to do it that way. But every dollar cut off in Russia's cash flow, because their system is so corrupt and inefficient, delivers far more value for money, a far less value for money on the weapons that they put in place, right? But you've still got to put weapons in place on your side to counter them, unless they can't afford their garbage anymore. And so it is just so much more financially in everyone's interest to support Ukraine to win the war quickly and get back to some form of normal, where genociders and child stealers and chemical weapons users and prisoner of war executors dancing with glee, and zombie attack, basically waves of people that is so wasteful of your own soldier's life that it deserves a special war crime just for itself. Frankly, he's been genociding his own people, but we persist, and Europe is now reporting a good three reports out of Europe yesterday, particularly because sanctions don't really work. But this interpretation by Kaja Kallas that the EU has blacklisted Russia uh, with respect to money laundering is a good interpretation of the current law, because it throws a whole bunch of existing, well-tested bureaucratic hurdles in place for anybody wanting to do banking with Russia. So that's good. Use your bureaucracy for good and not just evil. Um, and that will slow down and cost Russia more money. And this is the key: we know we're never going to stop importing of goods into Russia that shouldn't be getting to them. Although serious, better efforts should be made in that area, and maybe Midwest will tell us, about some of the letters from congressmen and senators to factories in their districts who've said, "Hey, there's no good reason for us to be sending this stuff to Russia, and your company's clearly doing it. Why don't you stop doing that?" It has a big effect when a senator writes to you. So we'll see. But the best way to do it, because we know people will participate in secondary sanctions evasion. We know they'll do it. So the best way to do it is either raise the cost of doing it, or or make it cut it off for them the way you can do with OFAC listing, by refusing to do business with anybody who's then doing business with them after they're doing, illegal acts. And so those OFAC sanctions, secondary sanctions enforcement that the U.S. was doing under Biden and Janet Yellen were superb ways to get control. But under the Trump administration, the only sanctioning that has taken place, or threat of sanctioning to take place after a certain period of time, was Lukoil and Rosneft, and they're now trying to sell off all their assets. So that was good, but unknown why Basant didn't just do that and can carry on the way that Yellen would have on companies. Probably has something to do with money for somebody in Trump's circle. I don't know, but the EU's deliveries to Ukraine of 145 million euros of humanitarian aid has been committed right today, and I note that Germany's announcements from last week of energy equipment, the first batches of those have been arriving in cities in Ukraine, and so very good timely support from Germany for Ukraine in an emergency right there. So Europe making a couple of good announcements, and the last of those really good announcements, as I've reported here for quite a while, is that the United States, the European Union countries are could replace all U.S. intelligence sharing for Ukraine within months. I'm not sure they'll ever make it to the point where they're providing everything for Ukraine that the United States did. I think, I think it is an accurate statement to say that the United States intelligence collection and dissemination capabilities are irreplaceable. But the key is, as I've said many times, and now a German professor and Euromaidan has putting this forward as an important point now, that Ukraine doesn't need to have the support of America or the American level of capable of intelligence and dissemination capabilities. They just need something that's equal or better than Russia to beat Russia, right? And that's what they're saying now too. And as we've reported, as they've happened, we have a Czech satellite donated to Ukraine from Czechia. We have a Finland and consortiums being set up with Finland and I forget the other country, maybe Estonia, to fund satellite capability for Ukraine. We have the Japanese doing intelligence sharing from SAR satellite Overwatch there, which is superb. And we have France providing quite a lot of intelligence, Landsat capability, and intelligence sharing with Ukraine in place of the United States. It's not as much as the United States is giving, but it is, or within a month or so, they're saying certainly going to be capable of delivering what Ukraine needs to beat Russia, and that's what's important, right? So that's the last piece of good news from Europe. Bad news from inside Ukraine is this report that the SBU has detained a mole, so a person inside the defense facilities provisions, who was preparing a Russian attack on the Sea Baby and Magura naval drone bases. So that's a good catch. Well done security-wise, but it's troubling to think that they'd have a mole in those two bases there. But caught him early. You don't see Russia catching big, high-profile things like this in Russia nearly as much. They're usually anything Russia catches is pedestrian, and most of what Russia puts on is quite pedestrian. And maybe that's why this guy was caught. You'll be able to find out when this week when they go through it on Snooping and Pooping with Jeff and Zdenka, where they normally go through the SBU and HUR activities for the week. Now here we go. This one's going to make him bite. I know he's going to talk to me about this one. a 1L119 Nebo SVU, not Special Victims Unit, but it is the latest version of radar from Russia, was killed in Limarkivka, Luhansk region. Midwest, what the hell are they putting a Nebo SVU for in Limarivka in Luhansk? Isn't that a little close to the front lines?
Yeah, that's pretty. I mean, these things have an instrumented range of like the previous version was like 360 clicks, and the SVU specifically is the upgraded version. I think its instrumented range is like something like 400 clicks. I mean, it's a good range on this thing. It's a long range detection kind of surveillance type radar. And yeah, I mean they're tremendously expensive as your post points out here. $100 million a pop, just like that, into thin air. And I don't know what they're doing. My assumption would be that they're trying to see where, say, F-16s or other types of uh, attack drones and things might be taking off from. Where are these things popping up at to get an idea of where they're kept. But the way that Ukraine is working with their air force and had this just disseminated model where they're just basically following the Swedish model and servicing these things on the side of the road. It doesn't matter where they're taking off from that night, because they're going to take off from a different spot the next night and a different spot the next night, and it's almost trivial to know that. So I'm not seeing the benefit of having it that close, other than of course that it lets Ukraine gobsmack it with drones.
I mean, it's 100. This is 100 kilometers from the front line. That just seems they're desperate for a look as far as they can into Ukraine and their allies' territory. Desperate for that.
Yeah, and I mean, just the way that the curve of the Earth limits how far you can really see, especially closer to the ground at further distances. I don't see what benefit they're getting out of it, other than maybe seeing what aircraft or drones are aloft. Because at those far out ranges, you're not gonna be able to see below maybe 20, 30,000 feet. You're just not gonna be able to see stuff because the literal curve of the earth is going to stop you from it. That's why we made things like AWACS, where we have an airborne radar that can then look down and see that. But yeah, I don't see a tremendous benefit for it here, and it seems kind of silly. But that's the Russian MO.
It is. Now we've got an alarm here in the building. Won't affect me, but I've had to come sit outside, so the noise or my sound would have changed drastically. Let me know if it's a real problem, and I'll have to relocate. But for now, uh, sitting out in the nice weather in Perth. Um, so yeah, expensive. I don't. They've just got to be desperate to see what's going on so far back, and from what it sounds like to me, with curvature of the Earth and that, they would know when F-16s took off and Mirage 2000s where generally, but they wouldn't know specifically because they wouldn't even pick them up until they were 15,000 feet in the air or something like that. So uh, yeah. Um, Good news on strikes inside occupied territories. Really good news, in fact, that they've found and struck multiple UAV control points in Solotki, Rivnepilya, Novohirivka, that's in Zaporizhia, and in Pidstepny in Kherson. And the one in Kherson, I'm particularly interested in, Midwest, because it's one of the places where they do the human safari hunting from.
Yeah, 100%. Any hits on those bunkers and those drone control points are good, because that's, as Ukraine has demonstrated, that's one of the most lethal. Those are the most lethal men on the battlefield, are those drone operators. And so, anytime they can take out a Russian control point, bunker, whatever it is, that's fantastic to see. And especially, like you said, close to Kherson there, where they're just literally hunting civilians for sport. Basically, it's horrific what they're doing down there, and it's good to see those guys get theirs.
Yeah, four in a day, big day. Other than that, and this ammunition depot that was hit in Zaporizhia in Vasilivka, Vasilivka is a place where Russia has long held a command center that was struck back in 2023, and it's had some attention before, but this time they apparently found their ammunition depot, and that's really nice because we've seen a number of good ammunition strikes in the last couple of weeks, and anything that's slowing down a system where they're also showing evidence of uh, used by dates that are very, very recent means, once again, Russia is working out of current production and can't stockpile anything.
Yeah, I mean we've seen that with their drones and missiles. I mean, we saw their air defense missiles that they're using in kind of ballistic missile form where they're just launching them up in an arc and using them in a ground attack mode. I think we saw recently those were like January 2026 production for a couple of them, and we've seen that on the Shaheds as well. I mean, they're like you say, they're working out of production. Uh, they're using everything as soon as they can make it, and that's not a good sign when you're literally launching everything you can make, everything you have in these strikes all the time. It means they don't have a good stockpile built up. It means that there's cracks forming in the logistics and supply chain stuff that we're going to see, and hopefully that works for the Ukrainians' benefit.
Yeah, totally agree. More bad news for Russia if you're working on a just current stock. But it means that the good news is for Ukraine, despite how cold it is, despite how hard it is, despite the fact that Russia's trying to pummel in the rear and break the will of the Ukraine to try to fight, that uh, if it's any relief, you can say that this is as bad as it gets. Right? Russia will never be able to field an army bigger than they are right now, or supplied any better than they are right now, if we're seeing maximum production rate of everything going directly to the front line. It's a peak that they should fall away from as they run out of money. So I'm still very bullish on Ukraine. I'm exactly the same bullish on Ukraine as I've been since basically day 3 of the war. Midwest, that dial hasn't moved at all. Um, so another, so there's another big story, and I definitely want to hear what you think about this one, Midwest. That I put up something I've been talking about for days since I first hear about it. That OSINT Intuit put together a very good summary on the very straightforward solution to shutting off Starlink inside Ukraine, and that it can be done. And we've actually seen Elon Musk demonstrate his capability to geofence and shut off Starlink. So if the conversation that Fedorov has said, the new defense minister, is the Ministry of Defense together with SpaceX is already solving the problem of using Starlink on Russian UAVs. Now, I hope that's 100% true and it works out that way, because when I first started talking about this a couple of days ago, when we first saw the evidence of these Starlink equipped Shaheds go in and knock out civilian trains, 3 of them attacked a civilian train and killed and injured multiple people. Uh, this is a phenomenal escalation. And if Elon Musk doesn't immediately facilitate the capability to shut off that being a threat to Ukraine, then he has clearly chosen a side in this war, and it isn't the side of light and good. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I think certainly Starlink possesses the ability to individually identify each terminal, and they can tell by what satellites it's reaching, where it's at, and as the post points out, the Doppler shifting.
And it's clearly sending back GPS location information all the time as it's traveling.
Yes. And so I think that a registry from the Ukrainians would be a good thing. These are our basically a whitelist. Like, these are the ones that we have and that we want to use. So if these go into Russia, you need to allow them to keep functioning. Um, but basically whitelist the ones that Ukraine has put on that list, and then any other ones operating within the area of Russia, just shut them off. And when they move into Ukraine from Russia, that would be easy enough for them to see, and that it's moving, and there's no reason why they should have that terminal active at that point. And yeah, to your point, that launching this horrific attack on this passenger train that's nothing but just another human safari. There's no wartime value of that whatsoever, other than just beating up a population of civilians. There's no strategic value in that. That's pure and simple terror. There's no value to the war effort in doing that. That's just terror.
and
That's V2s getting
having
launched indiscriminately into London. I mean, that's just pure terror.
it is, and I can tell you from having ridden on that very train line in August when I was there, um, they do not mix any military or cargo trains, with passengers. There would be no way to mistake this for anything other than a passenger train, and they got three direct hits on it with drones equipped with capability to do it from Starlink.
Yeah, horrific stuff. And I see we got a hand from Lexi. Lexi, go ahead. What do you have to say on this?
Well, I just saw that somebody very rightly pointed out if three Ukrainian drones had hit a Russian passenger train, can you imagine the outcry there'd be? Like from everywhere and hither and yon and places we never dreamed of. You just think about that. I mean, obviously, if it hit London or something, there'd be a lot of noise. But in fact, just the other way around, very same war, there would be, well, the president would, of course, have a shit fit. But yeah, it's preposterous. It's kind of hard to grasp. Well, I find it, as I've often said, I find it frankly insulting and racist that just doesn't matter. You don't even notice. They're not even media particularly bothering to print that this happened for the most part. But anyway, yeah, it was a very good point that somebody made online, and Jake Bro picked it up too, which is good.
Zdenka, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Dan's up first. Sorry, Dan. Sorry, Dan, go for it. Go ahead.
It doesn't really matter. About the passenger train that got hit. Today I was intrigued because oh God, Beefeater. I don't know. Did you guys already discuss it? He tweeted a short thread of well, he did a tweet with a picture of uh Moscovians rushing through the metro and overpacking the cars. Has anybody said anything about that?
No,
And
you go
why?
ahead.
No, why are they trying to rush to get out? I wonder.
Yeah, I wonder. Indeed. So let's see. Zdenka.
Hi, Will. Hi, MidwestFella. I just wanted to ask about the attacks on the passenger train. I haven't done very much reading lately. Were they with Shaheds? And if they were with Shaheds, is it like a first-person view drone? Do they have a camera? Are they
Yes,
direct?
they have equipped Garan twos with the capability to see and have make operator adjusted control move changes.
Okay, I won't swear online. See you. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I mean, and then sorry, let me just add on to that shit sandwich that they're now carrying Starlink to make sure that they can get there with good communications the whole way. So there can be no mistake. They guided three Garan missile drones, attack drones, into a passenger train traveling from Kharkiv to Kiev that carries on to Lviv and Kop, I believe, Chop, and yeah, it's horrendous, and I can't believe as well that it never made the national news here. The two stations I follow in Australia. Did you see anything about it at all, Stanka, over in the east?
I don't watch TV, Will, but
Fair enough.
I do read The Guardian. I don't recall seeing it reported yesterday, but The Guardian's pretty good, actually. They report pretty much everything. They have a daily summary. I'll go check it and report back.
Champion.
Yeah, they so yeah, just to clarify, yeah, they are operating a Shahed style, the Grand 2 drones in a first person view mode under manual control by a remote operator. The other thing that this benefits Russians is that they are able to fly them at very low altitude, kind of nap of the earth. So it means that they're less detectable to Ukrainian surveillance radars because they're flying so low. And so they're less able to intercept them. And the thing that actually enables them to do that is the Starlink. I mean, that's the key to the whole thing. And we've seen a couple of these where we've seen some videos of them from interceptor drones that we've seen where there's very clearly the rectangular Starlink and the top just built into the top of the drone. I haven't seen that on a Shahed or that type of drone, but I've seen it on some of the other um, smaller types that Russia's been using, where I've seen that actual video from interceptor drones. So this is something that's going on more than just the Shahed type drones, and it's a real problem. It gives them the connectivity that they have not had, and really presents a big problem for the.
And and I don't know. Do you agree with that statement that if Elon Musk doesn't immediately address this with Fedorov to stop this capability, uh, to allow Russia to use that inside the territory of Ukraine? Now, I would even accept if Elon Musk said, "Okay, but I'm not ever going to allow Ukraine to use it inside the territory of Russia." I'd say, you know what? I think that's a stupid idea because your bread's buttered by the people who aren't authoritarians. So go siding with an authoritarian isn't really a smart move. But I would allow him to remain neutral. But that's not what he's doing at all. What he's doing is generating a situation where he's picked a side in this war.
Yeah, what he did was he shut off the Ukrainian Starlinks when they were going to attack. I mean, this is a year and a
Correct.
half,
Way
2 years
back in
ago.
2022, the
Yeah,
first attacks by the sea drones.
yeah, they're going to attack a Russian ship that's been launching S-300 type missiles in surface to surface conditions, just using them as terror weapons, and shut those off and cited some kind of humanitarian reason for doing that. Well, that's a military vessel being attacked by military vessels, and what's more humanitarian than shutting off these drones that they're using to strike a passenger train that's very clearly a passenger train. Like, you can see the cars, you can see the thing burning. These are passenger cars. They're full of windows. I mean, this is not freight. There's no military purpose of this. This is transporting civilians. Lex, yes, you got your hand up. Please go ahead.
Well, just that these capabilities that you've described that they newly have is what enables them to go after a moving train. You'll notice that they haven't been able to do it very much at all. And as General Ben keeps pointing out, they have not been able to interdict any of the transport of aid of munitions into Ukraine from Poland, which would be one of their military missions, what by one means or another. Um, and yet now they've got the means, terrific, to go after passenger planes, passenger trains that are moving. Well, isn't that amazing? It's really courage beyond the pale.
Sorry.
No doubt.
Let's see. Yeah.
Uh, Sound back to normal here. So I've been able to come back. Um, yeah, it's bewildering that they would allow it, and there's even, you want to see video? I can show you video of the women with prams trying to get their children away from that burning train. Um, so let's see. Slovenia was in town. The Slovenian government was in town, and that delegation presented. This is interesting to me that the Slovenians have said uh, they've got proposals for developments in countering drones, defensive systems, in particular ground platforms and anti-drone modules. I don't know exactly what those mean. Probably some sort of EW or spoofing type system, maybe. But as they were leaving town, they said Slovenia is announcing the preparation of a new aid package for Ukraine. And my guess is that aid package is full of these systems that they've developed that they want to test out in Ukraine. What do you think about that, Midwest?
Yeah, I mean that could be a good thing. Anytime that Ukraine can, partner with partner nations to test out new kit. I mean, Ukraine's anxious to get stuff, and these countries are anxious to get it tested and in real world conditions. And what a better place, right?
Exactly, exactly, and this is the other reason why, um, an Australian aid package, military aid package, ought to be something like hundreds of the Slinger systems from EOS system mounted on Hawkeyes or Bushmasters to provide it to Ukraine for the uh, inside country air defense that they need, in a point air defense systems that they're going to need to address these Starlink equipped drones, because you basically have to be able to detect them just a couple kilometers away from where you're going to try to shoot them down, and track and shoot them straight away. And you need a good radar driven gun system like a Garand or a Slinger from Australia, or any cheap system. And that's why I say the Slinger particularly ought to be something we have already been arming up Ukraine with, because it's a superb point defense system. And unless you can EW these drones right as they make their terminal approach, which you cannot, uh, you've got to be able to shoot them down. And more uh, more very good, accurate, very responsive gun systems that are radar guided, I think, is one of the answers that hasn't been expanded on enough. It has been, they've been given these systems, but I think they need to have a lot more of them. They need to have mobile ones if you want to pursue shooting down these grounds. I would prefer blowing up the factory where they're making Garans and the import facility where they bring Starlinks into the country. But that, we're waiting to see when and if that happens, as Ukraine builds up the capability. But this sort of horrendous attack shouldn't be happening at all. And there's a clear way to make it stop if Elon Musk has the interest and will in staying in civilized society. I'll uh, his numbers in Tesla were just reported yesterday, and they were not impressive at all, and showed a company going toward decline and fail. And he's reinvesting $2 billion from that company with no justification whatever into his own AI thing, because we haven't spent enough money into AI yet. Capitalization, Midwest. That's a guy that looks at that and says, "You know what I want to do? I need 2 billion more in AI now." Yeah, So that's Elon Musk for you. So I hope they read him the Riot Act and say, "Pal, you either help us address this to avoid these type of atrocities, or you've chosen a side. And if you've chosen a side, Europe should be told you're chosen a side, and they should be able to. They would ban or nationalize all the assets of X inside the European area. Basically take over anything that he's doing, and exclude him from the conversation or processing the conversation of Europeans in Europe or with anybody else that they're communicating with. There's absolutely no reason Elon Musk shouldn't be excluded from as many business opportunities and polite company as possible. I mean, I know he's still going to make it, right? He's still going to make it because Donald Trump let him inside the government in the United States, and while he killed off all kinds of good things like U.S. The Radio Free Europe and Voice of America and those things, all the soft power he threw away, but he threw away some things like this support for the Humanitarian Research Lab at the same time, which is frankly revolting that they would do that. And then he wrote a whole bunch of new contracts for himself while he was inside the government, and nobody's ever done anything about that either. So I think there's congressional hearings and to come for him someday. But the problem is, someday isn't good enough for Elon Musk to get his comeuppance. Elon Musk needs to be brought onto the carpet right now and said, if you've chosen a side in this war, you're now at war with me. because Russia says they're at war with me, and they're doing atrocities in Ukraine, and I simply aren't not going to have that, and I'm not going to do business with anybody who will.
Yeah, and just on the previous point we had here, I put up several posts in the nest here. They're to the far left. There is this one's the third from the left. This is an example of one of the drones, one of the Russian drones using Starlink. You can see the crash drone, and you can very clearly see the Starlink antenna that's on there. This isn't a Shahed style drone; it's one of the smaller ones, but still it demonstrates the point.
Yeah, too true. Too true. Good stuff from Roy. I had an argument with Roy today on Twitter, and, but that's good. We've got to have arguments amongst people who are interested in subject matter to get to the bottom of it. Because Grandpa Roy was pushing the theory that he's completely allowed to do, that the Ukraine's drone strikes on refineries is a waste of time, and they should have been doing something else with those drones. To which I vociferously responded in the negative, Midwest, and included the strikes on all the oil and gas export facilities as well, not just the refineries, but in particular the refineries strikes. So if you want to see an argument between me and Roy, you could check my timeline and look at the tweets in response to his tweet about the ineffectiveness of those. But I won't beat that up anymore, because hey, look, I loved having Roy on. I like talking to Roy. I just disagree with him on this subject, and we were, we didn't get ad hominem or anything like that. But I look. My contention is reducing the refining capacity of Russia to 1/3 of its capacity, its book capacity capability, and keeping it there by continually striking periodically now with drones to make sure facilities are offline, is cutting the cash flow of Russia drastically. And if you say that those drones could have better been used since the end of 2023, you'd best be able to tell me what you would use them for that would have a bigger effect than cutting Russia's oil and gas revenues by 45% since 2021, and the impacts that that's got on their war-making effort. Look, I understand things don't work fast enough. It takes years to break an economy. Years. I mean, it has taken years, right? It took Putin years to break his economy, but it's breaking right now. And as Dryfly is going to say, it's actually past the event horizon, because all the stops are gone now, right? He's got no money in his sovereign wealth fund. Midwest, how would you like to have, a nut every year of $100 billion that you've got to spend, and you're going to be 3.6% below that in revenue next year? You've already got 4 times the amount of debt outstanding, and you're printing money like mad to fund yourself. And your only backup is a sovereign wealth fund that has. You're a country. Remember, you're a country of 133 million people, and you've got a bank account that's smaller than 200 billionaires. There's $56 billion in the sovereign wealth fund in Russia, and there are 200 billionaires with bigger bank accounts than that country. What would you feel confident about running that economy?
I wouldn't, and I think we've seen that. I mean, we've seen this massive sell-off of bullion, gold bullion, from Russia, helping to get some kind of cash flow into their economy, and just get the cash to spend. Everything we see economically from Russia just indicates they're on the verge of collapse. As you say, economy is kind of a bit of a voodoo, and no one can, it's not a science exactly. It's a bit of an art and a science mixed together. But everything that we've seen is just indicating that they're just on the freaking tip of collapsing and just having an all-out crisis. They got the money printers on full tilt. They're selling off all their bullion to just bring money in. Yeah,
they've got no more euros or dollars in their sovereign wealth fund,
no,
because if they did, they wouldn't have sold off 3/4 of their gold bullion, most of which physical sales were to China and then to Dubai.
yeah. I mean, this is how the war ends. This is how it ends. It's an economic collapse of Russia. It's the only way that this is going to end, because these two countries, they're committed. They're both committed for their own reasons. Ukraine's committed because it just wants to be its own freaking country, and Russia's committed because its dwarf in chief says so, you know, and says you have to go die for Mother Russia. So that's why they're committed. There's no that's the best and quickest and most uh, economical, cheapest way to bring an end to this war, in my opinion. Dryfly, I'm sure you've got something to say here, please.
Well, I agree with everything, but I want to go back to that Starlink and ask you guys a question. See, I was reading that Fedorov is working with Starlink to to come up with a solution. Is the solution, you guys think, just to have a registration of every uh, Starlink in Ukraine, uh, and if you're not on the registration list, that you're shut off? But
Correct.
that would mean that the Ukrainians give them a white list, and if you're not on the white list, you're shut off. Period. End of statement.
Correct.
Is that likely to be the solution? I mean, that might be a solution that Musk might like, because it would give him control and a bit of a lever over future business deals, which he may like to have. Um,
Correct. And this is what I mean. The leverage is, if Europe calls him out for choosing a side, he'd be cutting off what, a third of all of his business is into the EU.
yeah, but can they block his Starlink? I'm not sure they can. I mean, the problem with Starlink is that you really have a hard time blocking the satellite signal from space. You can order him to, but if he says "fuck you," I'm not doing it. And if Trump, the U.S. goes along with it, yeah, we're not going to force him. He's a U.S. company. He can ship it anywhere in the world he wants. The signal. What technology solutions does the EU and Ukraine have? That's the concern.
You could, they'd have to. I mean, Midwest. Maybe you could tell us. I think they'd probably have to try to see those satellites as they're passing over and spoof them somehow. Send them signals to the satellite to mess them up.
Would that work? 'Cause I thought the signals went straight down, but I know that there's an uplink
Oh,
too,
I'm not
right?
trying to block the signal from the satellite. I'd be trying to push a signal to the satellite.
Yeah, I mean that's a technically possible option. The problem is that there's so many damn satellites. I mean, this constellation is, I don't know how big the Starlink constellation is. I know it was planned to be like something like 50,000 at some point, and I'm pretty sure they've got about half of that up there. Um,
And what's their elevation?
they're very low. I don't know what it is exactly, but they're very low. They're near Earth orbit, and that's so that you can minimize the time. The latency time.
The latency, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the problem with previous satellite internet, is that those things are in geostationary orbit. They're way the hell out there, and so you have like basically a second of latency getting your signal to the satellite, from that satellite back down to the ground station. And that's why those weren't very successful commercially, except for when you had literally no other option. But yeah, and then so the problem with this near Earth orbit, like they're in this low Earth orbit, they your satellite is only visible for a short period of time because it's moving very fast as you're sitting on the ground. It moves very fast overhead, a couple minutes, and it'll pass out of your field of view. So it's probably technically possible to jam or otherwise disrupt the uplink by sending pointed signals at these satellites, but it would require a monumental effort, and I'm not sure that it's economically feasible to do that. I think that the
What
best.
about if I could shoot 100 kilowatt laser beam and target it accurately as it moves across my field of view?
It'd get attenuated by the atmosphere, but you could probably do that, and you could probably disrupt it in some ways by doing that. that there'd be a significant amount of attenuation through the atmosphere, but you could
Pew pew pew. Shoot down
you could
satellites.
do something like that. But yeah, I think the main levers that Europe is going to have here are going to be economic. They're going to be diplomatic and things like that, where they're going to be actually preventing, say, if you don't do something about this, we're not going to allow your product to be sold in our country. And
We're going to sanction you. Yeah,
exactly.
we're going to sanction you.
I think that's the way to approach this. Some kind of technological solution is going to be very complex, very expensive, and it's not going to be very effective. It's going to be, a mixed bag at best. Dan, I see you got your hand up. Or Dryfly, if you wanted to pop something back up quick, and then we'll go to Dan.
No, that was helpful. And yeah, I was just going to tell you the event horizon for Russia is for real. I've said that before, but I think people underestimate how close the U.S. is to tripping over the top. So I'm watching I have Bloomberg on my Bloomberg feed, not the. I don't have a terminal. I have just the streaming service through one of the TV providers, and I'm watching the markets right now, and I'm telling you, the U.S. is getting closer and closer itself. The 30-year is up to 4.9. It's up 5 points tonight. The Dow,
Holy crap!
that's a lot. I mean, quite frankly, you get to 5, and you're starting to get people's attention. It's gone up from what was it, 465, 470, something like that, just a couple weeks ago, and we're at I think it's 490 now. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, on the 30.
That's horrendous. I mean,
Yeah.
when you're talking about $38.5 trillion worth of debt, having to pay a rate it's that high on it is
And it's
stifling
climbing.
to your current budget.
And the 10 is inching toward the magic number I was told is 4.3. And I think it's like 4.27 or 8 or something like that. I'll tell you if it comes up again, but it was Bitcoin's down, what is it, 1,500 points again tonight. They're looking, I mean, it's pushing to go below 80 again. It's like 82. And that was, people were saying, oh, that's one of the safety. No, it's not safe. It's not safe.
Silver and gold also had a hiccup, didn't they?
A little bit, but I'm looking for the gold right now. I haven't seen it. I'm watching the thing roll through, but it's
There was quite a dip, but it looks like the stocks and are recovered before the end of the session to be
a little
not
bit.
far.
Yeah, a
Yeah, so
little
a
bit.
little bit.
A little bit. There's a lot going on, but I'll tell you this is that the markets are they're sensing trouble. And if you read what I'm reading here in the States, people are trying to settle everybody down, but it's getting harder and harder. Every cycle it just gets a little harder to settle the markets down, to settle people down who are actually paying attention. And they're not all crazy. I mean, they're not all tinfoil hatters. I mean, I was not a debt tinfoil hatter 2 or 3 years ago. I was one of the in the camp that we can manage this debt. This debt is an issue, but we can manage it. And it was always
Yeah, when it was at 2.5%.
well, and it's also when you're rolling it out over 30 years. I mean, if you've got bonds coming due in buckets every 30 years, a little bit every year. Um, Gold is down again tonight, but it's still 5,200. So it's down a little bit. It's down a lot
And,
actually.
and the U.S. dollar is down against every currency I think in the world, other than like Bangladesh. But and
So
in
we're in the event
Australia,
horizon too. The reason I keep bringing that up to people, okay, especially outside of the United States, is there's still a mythology that the U.S. somehow can do everything it wants. It can save Russia. It can nuke Iran. It can take over the oil in Venezuela.
America can afford to do anything it wants, provided the world's with it.
Yeah, exactly. And if the world isn't with it, it can do damn little. I mean, really, it's really constrained because that debt is. I mean, if the world just stopped buying the debt, okay, there's no way in fucking hell that I mean, absolutely zero chance that the U.S. could help Russia at all. I mean, at all. There would be nothing they could do. I mean, you can't fund $11 trillion have a $1.5 trillion defense budget, an additional half a trillion. He's added 2 trillion just in the last couple months to the projected budget for next year. We're looking at 40 trillion now is really the number that the people need to wrap their heads around. And something like 12 trillion of it is going to be rolling due this year. Okay. 10 trillion of the rollover, or 9 trillion of the rollover debt, and 2 to 3 trillion of new debt. How are you going to be able to bail out? How are they in their wildest dreams thinking that they can help Russia if that isn't funded? If the Europeans, Japanese, Canadians, and everybody don't turn around and pony up to help US out of the hole, there's no chance that the US can buy out Russia. And I keep trying to explain that to people, and everybody's still got their head around, the America of 10 or 15 years ago that had financial resources to be able to do that kind of thing. Well, the combination of the debt and how it's coming due. And Will, you can explain to people probably better than I can, but companies don't go broke because they have too much debt, that they have too many liabilities relative to assets. They go broke because they can't make the current nut. They can't pay off what's due now. And they have a cash crisis. Cash crises are what cause bankruptcies, not excessive debt relative to assets. And the US is looking at a very significant cash flow crisis in the next 6 to 12 months. There's zero chance you can throw saving Russia on the heap and have it work. If Putin thinks that's even possible, he's crazy. He should be sucking up to Europe, because the only people who can really save him are Europeans, quite frankly. Even the Chinese may not have the wherewithal to do it because they have a debt issue all their own. Europe's got some debt issues, but the biggest debt issue Europe has is their unwillingness to run up deficits and debt to GDP as high as the U.S. The U.S. has.
Even in the short term, to
Yeah.
rebuild their defense
Oh yeah.
capabilities,
And they should. They absolutely, and that would
something
actually be
tangible.
extremely stimulative. It would produce jobs. It would take the pressure off a lot of those governments. But they have an aversion to it that is just visceral, coming from the Weimar years. But the point is, going back to it, is if Russia was smart, Russia would be sucking up to Europe and not the U.S., because Europe's the only one who's got the money to be able to really bail them out. But they're doing exactly the opposite. So I keep trying to caution people not to. I mean, yes, you should worry about America trying to help Russia. We're a bunch of idiots, and we may try, but it'll just push America into the event horizon that much faster. And I'll listen.
Yeah, the weird thing is, though, we don't actually want to see America collapse, is the thing, but we do want to see Russia collapse. And I bought my tickets a long time ago, well before that Melania thing went on sale. That I'll just mention for you folks in the East Coast, you East Coasterners in Australia, that well done. The seat purchases are out in Melbourne, and only one seat sold in the first showing of Melbourne of the Melania movie that Trump was at.
Can I interrupt?
The
Can
opening
I
was
interrupt real quick before I go back to listening? I was going to say, I was looking at a poster on X who looked at the ticket sales in Oklahoma City, and it's not even selling out in Oklahoma City. It's only like in small. It's all in small venues, and it's still only like half to a quarter full at the most, and that's only during the early, during the peak hours. Other than that,
good
it's
thing
empty.
Bezos only spent 50 million US dollars promoting it.
And Oklahoma is prime red country. I'll tell you that. That is your 70-80% GOP there.
Even Buffett's not going to sit in the back and have a poll to watching it. I mean, it's like a porno, right? Guys that would sit in the back, and the big MAGA guys would just love to sit there and pleasure themselves while watching that movie, which apparently, thankfully, is only 1 hour and 4 minutes or something like that. Not as psychically damaging as possible. Anyway, Dan, you're going to take us back onto Ukraine.
I'm gonna try. You guys are cracking me up. Thanks, Dryfly. Yeah, that was And I was watching that today. I was listening to that. I listened to a trader. They're entrepreneurs. Most of them trade from their home. They've been doing this a long time, so they watch the market and they're talking about it and stuff. So I listen to them because they're all young people and they're really fascinating to listen to. And I do watch it a little bit. And it was a couple of them. One lady got up and said, looks like we're headed for shit. if when they were trading something today, and I'd never heard them talk like that, but it was quite interesting. Um, yeah, I see. I'm starting to see, for me, dry fly, for what I know about the depression and stuff. I'm starting to see the same pattern or some of the same patterns that happened just before the crash. They have a spurt at the end of the trading day, or somebody tries to prop it up, and so I'm seeing this. So that's my antenna. What I did want to mention, Will, I find it abhorrent as a human being that the United States that I live in has allowed somebody to the level of the evil guy on a Bond movie to control something like Starlinks and get away with it with no antitrust involved. And now he's got everybody by the balls. Well, it's time, I think Europe should turn around and squeeze his balls because he's a dangerous man. And I think he needs to be cut down a peg or two, or maybe three or four. I find it abhorrent that the world has allowed this crazy man. I don't say it's crazy. He might have had a good invention or got a good property or whatever. He invented something great. But the fact that he's allowed to hold this over other countries is abhorrent. I mean, he's not God, but that's my opinion. Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. And so, what I think Europe and all countries ought to do is remind Elon Musk, regardless of how much money you've got, a sovereign nation will, no matter how small, is more powerful than a single rich person if within their own sphere of influence. So he may live a long, happy life and whatever like that, but he could if Europe decided they were going to exclude him, sanction him, exclude him from any business activities inside the EU, to not allow sales of any of his products, they will spur it toward failure and continually call him out as the pariah that he is becoming. You can change his behavior. You'll never change the person. You're never going to change the drug addicted, crazy entrepreneur. I'll call him because he's not really an inventor. I don't think he's actually invented anything. He took over Tesla from the inventors of that product, who now make a car called, I think, the Lumen in a reasonably sized factory in California, and sell so many of those on the quiet to Californians, probably mostly, who are conscious that they've won the car and driver award for best design, best EV multiple times before. So, but they're just quiet achievers, just getting on with it. With the money they got off of him to buy out Tesla and turn it into the marketing. This is the thing with Bill Gates and Elon Musk and a lot of these people who become really rich in the tech age is oftentimes they're not true inventors, but they are fantastic marketers and can set up business deals that are fantastically in their favor with a relatively uninformed market at the top, right? And so they become wildly successful, but they're not necessarily truly inventors. Some of the biggest inventors, take their money and retire to after they go through the rough and tumble of the business world and either success or fail. They take hundreds of millions of dollars and go retire to nice properties in Montana, like Steve Wozniak, who invented Ethernet, right? So and worked. He was one of the co-founders of Apple, of course. But Trump. So, but they eventually they make bad decisions. Now, I know Bill Gates isn't directly involved in Microsoft anymore, but Microsoft lost 12% yesterday because of its over commitment in AI that doesn't look like it's going to pay back commercially. So, yeah, they've got trouble. Musk has had some failures. His car company is going backward because it's amazing that a guy who sells stuff to the market, to human beings who buy stuff and have consciences, would think he could act as he does and expand his sales of cars. It's just, it's crazy talk. But so he's a bit crazy that way. But here, where we've crossed the line in supporting or when you're made aware of it, not cutting off a capability of Russia to do war crimes, he's going to become an enemy if he does that. And I hope he makes the right decision. Um, Estonia has had a really good idea, Midwest. Estonia, a few months ago, you'll remember, maybe even in December, in fact, was Estonia listed and banned for entry into Estonia, their portion of the EU, any Russian who had served in the military and participated in the war in Ukraine. Now, they have the right to do that for their own country because the EU, as to the surprise of Donald Trump, you don't turn over sovereignty of your country and the capability to set your borders and bar people from entry just because you joined the EU. And they banned it. Russians, and that makes a lot of sense, right? Russia absolutely hates Estonia for doing stuff like this, but I absolutely love Estonia for doing stuff like this. But now they've taken it to the EU, and they want the EU to adopt the approach that's been adopted by Estonia. And I say, here, here. I don't want to. Frankly, they could embargo all Russians from any liberal democracy in the world. Just embargo the lot of them and only let them in on exceptions. Whitelist Russians. But as long as they're blacklisting people who are sanctioned or committed war crimes, or in this case, even participated in the military aggression against Ukraine, I applaud those efforts.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's fantastic, and yeah, I I think a lot of Americans don't understand the how the EU really works. They think it's some multi-government organization that's set to just basically control all of Europe, and it's like 10% that, and a lot of it is just cooperation, economic cooperation mainly. But yeah, no, seeing them ban these guys, I mean, that's just common sense. I mean, everybody should do that. It shouldn't just be Estonia doing that. It should be every free country in the world should be saying, if you're a Russian and you fought in this war against Ukraine, you are not welcome here.
Yeah, totally agree. I think it's a great idea whose time has come, and I hope that Estonia's success in getting that banning adopted throughout the EU. I think it would be a great idea. And they're also putting restrictions, of course, or proposed an additional set of restrictions on diplomatic passport holders that would only be able to travel to the place where they had diplomatic responsibilities and not allow them to travel freely in the EU as they have been doing. That's also a very good move, Midwest.
Sorry,
And
sticky bike.
on to Lexi.
Yeah, that sounds perfectly reasonable. I mean, yeah, if you've got diplomatic business, go do your business. Otherwise, stay out. You don't need to be anywhere else.
Lexi, go ahead.
I think what they're doing is if you've got a diplomatic posting, you have to stay in that town and like within 50 clicks or something, because they get in to a diplomatic post and they roam all over the place. Not, I mean, so within a big country, like you go to France, I mean, you can wreak havoc all over the place, which is what they do. Anyway, but I was just wondering about the ones who fought in the war. Aren't they all dead?
No, not all of them, of course. Some have gone home to pursue careers as criminals
Right.
and thugs in the neighborhoods where they were, and
True, and they
sometimes they
only
make
have
enough
one
money.
leg or a
Yeah,
half
but then they want to travel overseas or to Europe for holidays.
and be thugs there. Okay.
Oh yeah, as long as they've got both limbs, they're going to be stalking around nice, warm European locations in their tight, tight denim jeans and pointy black long shoes.
Bad makeup.
Bad makeup. Yeah. Yeah, the ugly Russian isn't too hard to spot in the world if you wander around looking. Just go to places like Sharm el Sheikh and that you'll be able to spot them quite easy. Um, let's see. Now, last item in the news summary. See, because I've tricked you here, haven't I, Midwest? I've worked you all the way through a news summary you didn't even know was happening. Right? You thought we're not going anywhere here. We're not covering what anything happened in the last day. Well, let me just tell you one more thing did happen in the last day, and that is that a Russian ship has finally been chased off of a location in British waters by the Royal Navy attack helicopter after it tried to anchor right over the top of transatlantic data cables. So good. I'm glad that Ireland and Britain and other folks have said, you know what? If the ship says Yantar on the side of it, I'm going to pay a pretty close bit of attention to it and be ready to tell it to move along. Give it move along orders. That's what they need to do. Um, and then a news story from yesterday, but not in today's news summary, but it's very relevant. Is that another vessel has been sunk in the Caspian Sea? A dry cargo ship, Caspian Shiva, en route to Makachkala, a sea commercial port, sustained damage of an unknown origin, Midwest. Following the incident where it got unknown origin damage, the vessel ran aground and began taking on water. Uh, Water was actively flooding into the engine room and cargo hold, and that means it's sinking. The incident occurred along the route where it is widely known that Iran transfers military equipment on cargo vessels each and every day. So, good news, everyone. Iranian cargo vessels carrying probably arms or stuff to Russia, or carrying nasty stuff from Russia so that Iran can suppress its population, which is undoubtedly going on as well. Trade dropping between Russia and Iran would not normally interest me at all, but anyway it happened. Whoever's goods those were, whichever direction it was traveling, is a good thing for the world, I reckon.
Yeah, I agree. That's a fantastic thing for the world. Good to see that. I love when we see these things happen. And yeah, the first thought when you're talking about this ship having all these troubles is that it's a meme or a gif. It's he says, "Oh no, that's terrible." That's the first thing that came to my mind. Will.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm corrected by a listener. Thank you very much. That it wasn't Wozniak wasn't involved in inventing Ethernet. It happened a while before him in 1973. Bob Metcalf and Daniel Boggs did that at Xero's Palo Alto Research Center, where lots of good internet research used to come out ages ago. Xerox, believe it or not. So that and another listener has said that there the Millennium movie in Melbourne is sharing it at two Palace Cinema theaters there. Only two of them though, and they're everywhere. The one in Baldwin and I think the one downtown. Two sessions today and tomorrow and Sunday, and only partially sold, but they have sold some seats. They've got it in their smallest cinema, only 18 seats and only a third of the tickets sold, just over 30 in total. So there are people that are now going to see it as a freak show like the worst movie ever made. You'd love to be able to say you sat through an original screening of Plan 9 from Outer Space or something like that. Midwest, that's the equivalent of the people who are going now.
Yeah, I almost want to see this thing just for the experience of it, right? Like it's just like what a what a crazy time we're living in. This guy who owns this big tech company is going to basically gift, however many millions of dollars to the first lady to make a movie about her, and then uh, no one even wants to go see it. I mean, it's insane.
Very soon, buddy. Here's how it's going to work. You're going to be given 2 free movies if you'll watch that movie on Amazon Prime.
I saw a Craigslist listing here, Will. I have no idea if this is legitimate, but just anecdotal. I saw a Craigslist listing here in the States where somebody was offering to pay you $50 and give you a free ticket if you bought this seat and you sat in it the whole time. Then they would pay you $50 for having attended the show.
And wrote any level of a review for me in writing. Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, because like I've thought of sending Katerina Lasenova in Washington D.C., who is a correspondent with Spravdi there. I have thought of sending her money directly for listening to and translating absolute shite from the president of the United States into something I could digest every day. Honestly, it's I would pay to not have to. If she said she was going to cut me off from that, don't tell her anyone. Do not contact Katerina Lasenova and tell her that I said that, unless, of course, she wants to come on the show and tell me directly. But if she cut me off, I would gladly pay her a subscription to because she does great summaries, and I listen to it so that you don't have to. Is a really good sales technique on me. Dryfly.
Per the Melania movie, I've heard the opening musical scene is just awesome. It's springtime for Melania, and if you know, you know.
Okay, now that is the news summary and one additional item from the other day. Um, I'd like to talk about whatever you'd like to talk about, Midwest. But otherwise, if you don't have anything, I do have. It's going to take us a while, maybe 20, 30 minutes, a bit of a long session, because there's 2 stories I want to talk about out of Russia. One is the oil business, and the other one is the grain business, and I think they are incredibly indicative of what we're very possibly going to see next in Russia.
Yeah, that sounds good, Will. I had a couple more things that I just saw on Grandpa Roy's feed that I'd like to kind of bring up and talk about.
Hit us.
What was that? Go ahead. Sorry.
No, hit us with those.
Okay. So the first one, these are all the way to the left in the nest. This is the first, rather second one from the left. This is a well, it just shows how effective these anti-drone nets are over the highways and things. So there's a post, and it shows a Russian Lancet drone just being caught in this net, and as you know, cars are passing under it. There, a really good reminder that something so simple as like a fishing net that they can effectively string up over this whole highway can actually make a world of difference. Those things have well, the Post claims they have a greater than 5 kilogram warhead. It would have killed everyone in a car if they had hit a car. So it was probably aiming for a car, ran into the drone net and was caught. And somebody had a very, very lucky day. And then segue to the next one. Speaking of lucky days, this is the furthest left now. Ukrainian soldiers see their own car on their drone detectors because the devices captured the analog video signal of the Russian FPV. So this one is, you know, the Ukrainians are using this tech now where they have just a video interceptor that scans for the video frequencies, you know, that are commonly used by drones, and when it detects one, it puts it up on the screen there and decodes it. Well, imagine driving along and seeing your own car in the video feed of this drone, and then seeing it moving and moving to attack you. And then at the last minute, one of the guys turns on what the Ukrainians call Reb, which is just EW, some kind of jammer, and it, you know, the feed drops out and the drone ceases to bother him. But it cuts over towards the end. It cuts over to the passenger in the front right seat, and he's just sitting there smoking a cigarette, acting like nothing happened. And I'm just like,
Yeah, trying to cover the fact that he had 2 seconds,
Yeah.
2 full seconds of abject fear when they had to see whether or not that EW was going to
Yeah,
work.
exactly that. And just the and probably, I mean, these, it's just like these guys were, 10 seconds from all being killed. And it just, they're just like, hey, yeah, I turned on the Reb. It worked. Okay. On to the next thing. It's just a day in Ukraine for these guys, and it's insane that they're going through this.
Yeah, yeah, that was a very interesting video for sure. Yeah, you were driving along, hit the Reb, man. Yeah, she'll be right, mate. Reb will take care of it. You're hoping, in that 2 seconds, you think, "Oh my God, I sure hope it worked." Let's see. Um, so, what's do you want to do the other story that's up there as well, or did you cover?
Those were
Uh,
the ones I had. The other one I posted up was just the example of the Starlink for the previous discussion. And then I see Karen popping her hand
Oh
up.
right, yeah, gotcha. Thanks for popping that up. Yeah, that I hope they've gotten as far as Roy suggests, because the formal announcement hasn't been made that it's done yet, as far as he says. But I sure hope it is. It would be foolish um, uh, for Elon Musk not to make that modification, and essentially risks cutting himself off from all of Europe in favor of Russia. That would be asinine. So the other thing I want to talk about, we'll talk to Karen first. Karen, go ahead.
Well, I thought if you were doing general news, I would share what I shared with somebody else last night. I've been watching the website of usni.org, which is the Navy website. Actually, they cover Marines and other services too, but they're a Navy website. And the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, of course, I think you already know they were headed there. They have been lingering just outside the Gulf of Oman, or just on the edge of the Gulf of Oman. And you can verify this by going to that website and looking at their ship tracker. And they'll tell you where every Navy ship is, unless it's a secret mission. And so they are hanging out there, but there is also a oh golly, it is called the Shahid Bagheri, and it is an aircraft carrier of a kind. It carries drones, and it is 5 kilometers, or it was 5 kilometers south of Bandar Abbas. And I'm not sure if they've headed further south or not, but the situation in Iraq, they're getting their ducks all lined up in a row. Also, there is another carrier that has not a carrier. It is a DD-119, the USS Dilbert D. Black. That's
a destroyer, I believe.
Yes, they have joined the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group. Actually, it's not real clear in the article. That is also on the USNI news site. And let's see. I'm not sure, from the way the article is worded, I'm not sure if they've actually arrived or if they are on their way and close by, but they're supposed to be there soon. And so I would say things are getting tense. Would you say things are getting tense? Maybe just a little. Hello?
Not for me.
Not for
I'm
you.
I'm
Good
cool,
for you.
calm, and collected, moisturized, in my lane. Um,
Oh yeah. Okay.
Look, you can't get tense and freaked out about what America's going to do in relation to Iran. They've already done some of it before, and we know Americans, well, Donald Trump's proclivity to use the military immediately without any discussion. So I'm just on the assumption that eventually we're going to turn on the news and hear a whole bunch about him providing support to Iranians by bombing the living shit out of them from 30,000 feet.
Well,
Did-
I'm having unusual mixed feelings. Aside from despising Donald Trump and noting that he does many bad things, once in a while he will do something that turns out right for the wrong reasons. And
I failed to see that yet in Iran, though.
if the U.S. gets involved militarily and it helps topple the regime, I will be very glad it happened. But it still makes me cringe to have Trump involved, because if he does do something constructive, it's usually an accident. Okay? If something
Yeah,
turns out
agreed.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Segue back to Ukraine again. Dry fly.
Yes.
I guess dry fly doesn't want to segue back to Ukraine. He wants to wait
No,
until we're
no,
talking.
no, no. I was just fighting with my phone. Yeah, I agree with you. This is a nothing burger. Every military guy I hear talk about it says that there's nothing the U.S. can do with one carrier. It isn't even a carrier task group. It's just a carrier and a destroyer and a couple other stuff. It's all performative. There's nothing he could do with one aircraft carrier that would push, that would even come close to toppling the government in Iran. I mean, in honesty, they didn't topple the government in Venezuela. They just
Correct.
they just picked up the guy that was
And they spent a full 6 weeks building up of forces that you could see heavily there. We would see
yeah.
the bases in Qatar and UAE and Saudi Arabia
Now there's
and
rumors
troops
that the
coming from
reason
everywhere.
now there's rumors the reason he did it is he wants Maduro to confess to fixing the 2020 election for him. I mean, that's the rumors that are flying around Washington that was why
Yeah,
Maduro
because
was
he
picked
was
up
totally capable of that,
of that.
right?
Right? I know it's just insane what's going on. But no, I I think the people who are getting all worked up about this, yeah, he's going to bomb some rocks. I think that's guaranteed. And then he's going to say that he destroyed the nuclear program of Iran again, which he's now saying is back after saying he totally destroyed it before. You just got to ignore the guy as much as you possibly can and hope that the distractions that he's pursuing don't don't really
May
unravel
I
the world.
respond?
I hope they don't do more damage than necessary. Okay, Karen, go ahead.
Uh, I can see what you're saying. Trump is a lot of bluster and a lot of hype, and a lot of times you have to ignore it. That's not true. But the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, and I'm reading directly from the Navy's website, has the USS Frankie Peterson, which is a destroyer. It's a DD G-121, the USS Michael Murphy, DGG-112, and a U.S. Superence, and that's another destroyer. And they also have on the way the ship that I just mentioned, the Delbert B. Black, which is a destroyer. They have 3 littoral combat.
Karen? How many KC-135 tankers are in a theater that weren't there a week ago?
They weren't hovering on the Gulf of Oman.
So
Okay.
that's when you need. The thing is, this has nothing to do with Ukraine. So I understand it's all good detail, but the truth is,
And let
this
me
isn't.
also say this too, is because I have been following this with military.
We just can't we can't watch this like it's important
Right,
just
because
yet
it's not important.
because
The military guys that I have talked to said that that is a completely insufficient amount of force to do anything other than a performative strike. Period. End of
correct.
statement.
So when we see vast weeks, there were weeks and weeks and weeks of buildup to before the small special operation happened in Venezuela. There would have to be weeks and weeks and weeks of buildup, including air forces, tanker support, heavy lift coming in. We just don't see any of that yet. So I just can't spend any more time talking about this, even though it's important to the United States and world affairs. I think I want to move back onto Ukraine and talk about some things that are going on in Russia that portend the arrival of the event horizon. But thank you, Karen, for that input. So there's two things, as you always know, Midwest, that I always want to talk about, and that, no, I don't. I don't always want to talk about it. It just end up talking about refining oil and gas and that. And so there's a story that's come out in Commerçant that might have gone a little bit under the radar that I want to make sure that everybody knows. The Duma is planning on lifting the ban on export of gasoline for Russian refiners and marketers. Now, you'll know. I'll note that the ban on gasoline export and diesel export and not naphtha, the export of those two products in particular, though diesel and gasoline, have been banned from Russia beginning back at the end of 2023, but then they lifted it and then they put it back on people who are in the secondary market, but not the main refiners. But let's just say there have been bans on refining, on the export of refined products from Russia in the form of oil and diesel, gasoline and diesel for about 15 months. And the latest ones applied to everybody, not just the secondary marketers, but the refiners as well. And it has absolutely killed the capacity of these oil refiners to meet current cash flow, which is the thing Dryfly said kills a business. If you can't meet your current nut, particularly if the government is expecting tax revenue off you, you have to be allowed to make money so that your sales revenue is far greater than your costs are. Otherwise, you're not going to pay tax out of anything. So they Russia and the issue is Russia has had to stop exports of refined product because they can't meet the military's need, the industry need, and the public need all at the same time. And when refinery strikes got bigger, even after the bans had been on for export, Ukraine has been able to create rolling outages inside Russia for refined products, and they have repeated. There are gasoline lines still in places every day in Russia. There are gasoline lines. Now they ebb and flow, and they're not a crisis like they were, but prices are up significantly from where they were before the refinery strikes started, and they're even though they've come down most recently, they're double what they were. Gasoline costs double what it did before the war commenced, the full-scale invasion. So very painful for Russia. But the government is saying they're going to lift the ban on exporting gasoline, and immediately the refiners are booking what they're going to export, and they're going to export a lot. So a medium-sized refinery processes a lot. Well, about 7 million tons a year of oil and makes it into various products, including gasoline. Well, the Kirishi refinery in outside of St. Petersburg, which is owned by Surgut Neftegas, they intend to export 111,000 tons of gasoline through Ust-Luga in February if if this thing is lifted, and they're gonna go for exporting gasoline at the average monthly annual rate that they did before the war ever began. They're going to go to production prior to the introduction of the ban on average exports of gasoline out of Russia per month in 2025 was about 850,000 tons, according to the OMT consultants who follow this. They expect that the February to March shipments will be in the 800 to 900,000 ton range, meaning per month, meaning that they're going to go back to what their average exports were before there were any problems with drone strikes. Now, that's going to be what they're predicted they're going to try to go to, but the other industry analysts suspect that shipments probably won't reach 850,000, rather more like 700 to 800,000 tons, because there has been weaker demand, with demand falling off in China and other places in particular, and India, as of yesterday, when the EU signed that trade agreement with them. They've now not taking uh, even their independent refiners aren't in India aren't now taking Russian oil again. So they're going to be down. They won't have the opportunity to export everything they're predicting, but they will absolutely try to export 800,000 tons of gasoline. Now, the reason that's important to them, it's because they can get 20 times the amount of a barrel of gasoline sells for 20 times the amount that they can get for that Ural crude that they're selling. But most importantly, it's a massive boost to cash flow, because they can get currently $992 per ton via the Baltic ports, and they that's a vast amount of cash input to these companies, Lukoil, Rosneft, Signor Neftegas, these folks. Uh, it could save these companies, but where are they going to get the 25% of gasoline that they're going to take out of the market that exists in Russia right now, where they still have periodic outages? They've got lines shortage lines still demonstrably across the country in various locations, and the price is already double what it was before the war began. If you're involved in that market, it's gonna be very tough. What I mean is, Russia's knowingly going to do this, despite they will know what it will happen to the public, right? What Russia's saying here is, we're going to feed the military and the commercial stuff, probably give them subsidies. But if you bought a car in Russia and think you're going to be able to drive around wherever you want because fuel is cheap, and uh, you know, uh, uh, the government will always make sure that there's supply there, since you actually are an oil producing state. That's not necessarily the case. And they expect, as of as soon as the export ban is lifted, they expect an immediate rise of 5.9% per ton for uh, lower test gasoline, and 4.5% per ton of the AI 95 gasoline, just because you're exposing your population to the world market now in prices on things, and the price has gone up. So they're going to sell it rather than just hold it for you, because the government is willing to shift this pain onto the consumer in both cost and outages. I'm going to make a prediction here that they won't be able to manage this effectively, and they will have outages again. Significant outages will begin to be reported in Russia again before springtime. And so and I say that because the last time they did it, it didn't go well. Uh, the there were regional shortages, even managing the inventory they've got now, and they're gonna let this happen because these major refiners can't make ends meet. And if they don't make ends meet in this market right now, those refiners go out of business. Their bank loans all go bad. The bank has to take them over, or the bank goes bad because a really big company like an oil company goes out of business, and you're holding a lot of their debt. Bank, for instance, you might go out of business yourself when your books don't balance yourself because of a carry on through that. So uh, what's going to happen is, we're going to see uh, gasoline lines, outages, pilfering, all the kind of stuff we saw when Russia wasn't prepared, and for the refinery strikes, and they caused the disruption. They have largely got on top of their disruption problem, but they haven't got any room to move here, and they certainly don't have room to move to take 25% of the volume of their gasoline out of the market inside Russia without some massive disruption. Midwest. I see Oyvind's got his hand up too, and then I'll do the other story. Oyvind.
Yeah, this is. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a copy of what happened during the Holodomor. During the Holodomor, the Soviet Union, they built up industry, so they needed cash. So they actually exported agriculture products during the Holodomor. Thank you.
So, buddy, it's like we're working in tandem. The other story I have for you is about grain in particular, and I want to make that you've stolen my thunder and given away my punchline, because just like with gasoline, Russia is now preparing to export record amounts of grain. Now, some of this is stolen grain from Ukraine, but because the price has gone up and they're able to do it, and this is exactly what Stalin did during the Holodomor. They literally took all the grain, and they did it knowledgeably, knowing people would starve and suffer. They're doing it with gasoline, and they're going to do it with grain, is what I'm saying, because the grain harvest in the south of Russia was not good. It was down about 8.9%. But because probably of global warming, the harvests in the north, up toward the north of Volgograd, and the part of the country that's the dark earth part of Russia there, out between there and Samara, produced a bit more than they could have. But uh, this doesn't balance out to the amount of grain that Russia is going to export, and this wasn't covered all that well in the other stories that I did. They wanted to talk about now, rightly. The story that's told here is about how it's not profitable, because the fact is, yes, they've got all the numbers that they can make up in the north, and they can ship that grain to supplant any grain that would have exported from the south. But the transportation costs are higher, and they've got problems with the railways, and all they wanted to talk about how it's complicated and difficult, so the business isn't going to be profitable. It's not going to raise profitability greatly. It's going to eat, the transport costs are going to eat into 36 to 39% of the profits of the farmers will be whittled away. But they're going to be selling grain on the world market in record volumes because of exactly what Oyvind said. Prices are rising a bit right now and are expected to rise through the end of 2026. They're transporting, let's see, the forecast is wheat exports for 2025-26 by 400 400 half of 400 million, 500,000, so 400 million, 0.4 million tons, 400, hate the way they do that, 400,000 tons of grain to 45.7 million tons, and if they meet the expectations, this will be a 12% increase over 2024. We know that harvests and yields in Russia are falling, yet they're going to increase grain exports by 12% over 2024 to next year. That is that is more than 20 million tons of export wheat will be transported out of the country. Greater, which is a volume which is greater than 10.5% more than the 5-year average. The grain will be sold on competitive prices, but the export will be limited to the 20 million ton export quota for all grains from last February to the end of the season. So, but they'll eat up all their quota, and with that number growing, it's highly likely that they could have a shortage on grain inside Russia, because here again, they don't have rising crops, rising productivity in Russia. We know that farmers aren't buying new harvesting equipment. We know that the business of the agri businesses are folding and shrinking because they're not doing more business, which points to lower crop yields in the future. But exports are going to stay as high as they ever have, and in fact grow by 10 or 12% in the next year. This, to me, means that Russia is either going to accept the fact that prices are going to rise drastically inside Russia because of grains will be shortage. It's a competition, right? Even internally, they'll either have to import grain from somewhere else, finished products that are already made and will cause deficit, of trade imbalances with countries to buy finished products, or they're going to literally have shortages of grain, food grains, and oil grains inside Russia. And that, to me, is looking a lot like the Soviet Union. And if it went too far, you'd be talking a lot of more Mark II, but on the Russian population, Midwest.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. It looks like a lot of more Mark II and both food and finished gas products. So
Yeah, and this is what they did, right? Because Soviet Union knew at the time they had to fund their tractor factories being converted to tank factories with U.S. dollar help, and all bridges and tanks. All the assistance that they got from America through Lend-Lease was also supplemented by a whole lot of stuff that Russia wanted to buy to industrialize itself even before the Second World War started. And in order to do that, they had to sell whatever they had. And whatever they had was some fuel at the time, but mostly food at the time, which they stole from the Ukrainians and starved people to death so that they had export capital. This looks a lot like that in relation to oil and grain products.
yeah,
Thankfully, they can't do it to the Ukrainians, except for in the temporarily occupied territories, where, as I said at the beginning, these numbers for grain would be significantly worse if Russia wasn't stealing grain from Ukraine as well.
yeah, they really would be because there's a lot of we've seen the decline of Russian agriculture over the last couple of years as they've used cheaper domestically produced inferior seeds. They've struggled with having fertilizer on their fields because they're putting all their nitrogen based stuff into making weapons, and
And exporting a lot of nitrogen-based fertilizers, I might add as well.
yes, and so their yields have gone down significantly. Um, Ukrainian yields, other than the fact that they've got fucking mines in their fields and the farmers have to deal with drones hunting them while they're out trying to farm and plant stuff, Ukrainian yields have maintained pretty well. And I think if it wasn't for the stolen grain that they have propping up everything, I think they'd be in a real food shortage, grain shortage situation themselves. And I think that's what we're going to see when this happens. And I don't think the Russians care. They don't. The government of Russia doesn't care if its people suffer because they can't take their cars out and go on a commute, or they can't you know, buy enough food or buy cheap enough food to actually make anything. It's insane, but that's the government that they have. That's the government that they want. That's their guy doing what he's put in place to do.
Right, he's the guy. So let's see. Do you have another story yet?
No, I don't have any other stories. I've been kind of looking around in the background here for anything. I don't have anything
Oh,
pressing. So
I'm not out. Oh, I'm not out. I'll get your comment on uh, the insights of Oleg Luhovsky, who's the deputy chief of Ukraine's foreign intelligence service. He did an interview where he talked about how the Kremlin isn't preparing, showing no signs of genuine preparations for a ceasefire or negotiations to end the war, because it's pursuing a deliberate delay strategy, because they do actually believe they can sustain attacks at the front like they're doing now, which they're very likely losing numbers of people in the 25-1 range. Casualty rates might be that obscenely disparate between Ukraine and Russia now. But despite that, they believe that those sustained offensive operations and these continual attacks behind the scenes on civilians and blacking out society will force Ukraine to come to terms. um, but they're also getting a whole lot of help from China that he went through. And we heard Budanov say this the other day, that basically Russia is capturing, China is capturing Russia economically, and will be in control of Russia, maybe not physically, but coercively, for a long period of time. And in fact, may end up getting physical control of some areas in the Far East, which they've always considered China. But for the time being, it serves China to help Russia extend this war, bleed Russia out slowly, so they're totally indebted to you, and bleed out whatever support you can from Europe and America and whatever, so that they're weaker and more fragmented when you go to take them on over something. So, but Russia's not doing it because they're a friend of, China's not doing it because they're a friend of Russia. They're doing it because China wants to rule the world themselves eventually. And it's a key way for them to get along toward that destination. So, they're providing a lot of economic support, becoming Russia's key trading partner, and Russia is critically dependent on exports of oil, gas, and metals to China, as well as imports on machine tools, components for UAVs, and things like pharmaceuticals. I'll pause there for a minute. Dryfly, go ahead.
Oh, I agree. And I think the other part of it too is that they're perfectly happy seeing the tension between the US and Europe, because the more the US Trump administration gets all whacked out about the threat from Europe, the less able the US is going to be able to push back in Asia. I mean, it's working out really, really well for China. Um, and it's just stunning, really, how well it's working out for China. Um, but yeah, it's not helping Russia. It's not
Yeah,
helping Russia much at all.
the scope is immense, Dryfly. This is the head of the Foreign Intelligence Service said that there are 72 projects going on between Russia and China that encompass over 100 billion US dollars, to provide uh, uh, material from Russia to China, and finished goods or productivity enhancing tools and things from China to Russia in the $100 billion range right now. And if that carries on, that's fully supplanting the amount of money that Russia's spending on their military. But Russia's doing that all on debt to China, and that's not going to end well, I don't believe. But the other thing China's doing is significantly helping Russia in the area of military equipment, but as Budanov said, not supplying them with any finished weaponry at this point, but they're clearly providing them with defense industrial complex material, like drone parts in particular, and uh, and in and they're providing productivity enhancing equipment so that Russia can increase its artillery production, its mines, its crude missiles, its ballistic missiles, everything like that. And Russia integrates components from China into the KH-101 cruise missiles, the 3M14 calibers, the Garans, and the systems of the Su-57 and Ka-52 helicopters. So Russia's military capabilities are essentially constrained by the fact that they're reliant on Chinese supply now, and as Budanov said the other day, at exorbitant prices. He said you would not believe the amount of money markup that Russia is paying to China for some of these essential goods that go into, particularly their cruise missiles and ballistic missiles. So the most telling indicator is repeated slippage in meeting declared operational and forced regeneration targets by Russia because they are short on supply, because they're short on money, and it all comes down to cash flow. He said, and this is great confirmation of what we were talking about here, where I said they had no more than half a dozen of these Oreshnik missiles before they fired the ones, and one got blown up by the SBU, whereas the SVR now, or sorry, the Foreign Intelligence Service says Russia has no more than 3 or 4 Oreshnik missiles, which matches exactly with what I said earlier. Oreshnik has more of a political than a military significance because it's primarily an instrument of intimidation aimed at Ukraine's partners in Europe, and its combat effectiveness is questionable, which we've also said. It may make a pretty impressive light show, but it is neither accurate nor delivers a kinetic punch with virtually no, with no additional explosive. It's just a kinetic weapon, and it hasn't seemed to be very effective. Now, here's the kicker. That's the part I love. Because he says, a third thing he says, it's exactly what I've said. Russia has never been weaker than today. Now, he says, Russia is in its weakest economic conditions at the start of 2026 since the full-scale invasion began. I would argue that Russia, including its period as the Soviet Union portion of it, the RFSS, the Russian Federation of the Soviet Union, it's weaker than it's ever been during that time. Russia is half gutted. It doesn't have. It's working out of current production for all of its weapon systems, as we've seen. It has no financial reserves, and its current conditions are so bad that it's continually having to bail out and nationalize companies that are important to it in relation to national offense. I'll say for them, national defense, but military companies they've got to take up. In 2026, he says, the economy will face a heightened risk of entering a recession amid mounting inflationary pressure, a shrinking tax base, and continued expansion of the shadow economy. All of those things we've talked about here on This Week in Absurdistan. In particular, the growth of the shadow economy in recent times has been notable. And the shrinking tax base is what's important there, because as I pointed out, the rise in VAT, which has caused significant additional inflation inside Russia from my own personal contacts with people of up to 30 to 50% on some products. That inflation was attributed to the rise in VAT from 20 to 22%. A 2% rise gets magnified through the supply chain of the stuff people are making, buying stuff, modifying it, making what you want, and sending it to you. All magnifies every place along that supply chain node is exposed to VAT. So it magnifies for the consumer. And there's probably other reasons, and greedy people or whatever, but we all love coffee. And a really nice bag of coffee, a kilo of coffee in November cost only 2/3 of what it costs in January this year, as of a week ago. So that's a 50% price rise on that product in a period of 3 months. So sure, you say, we'll live without coffee. That's what Russia will say. They will say, just live without coffee. Go back to drinking chicory or whatever garbage they had in the Soviet Union. They used to do some weird stuff in the Soviet Union, and because Russia wants to go back to the Soviet Union so it can control things the way it did and have a command economy and all that, but it's a package deal. And a lot of the stuff that was in the Soviet Union was absolute dog shit. And a lot more people died than was necessary, because you'll note I talked about pharmaceuticals up there. The pharmaceuticals that China is providing Russia becoming far too expensive, because literally no other country will sell pharmaceuticals to Russia because Russia said they don't want them, and they said that so when a big controlled economy like Russia or a health industry, a health ministry like in Australia list drugs that are available on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme if you're living in the workers' paradise, and you have this scheme that the Americans are always trying to eliminate. But they fix the prices on pharmaceuticals, and they do that by big, large bids. These sort of auctions with pharmaceutical companies internationally, that you're going to supply us all this stuff at a government program at a certain rate, so that we can keep the prices down for our population. It's a very good a system where you use your market strength as a whole country to bargain for good deals. But don't tell the Americans about it. Although the VA does it now. So those pharmaceuticals are, because Russia has put a price on these auctions that's been so low for so many years. There's countries that basically have just delisted Russia as a location they'll sell to, because the offers they get are a joke and they never get filled, and it's a waste of time going through that process with Russia. So um, So China has become its primary means of getting pharmaceuticals, and those like everything else are significantly higher in cost than they were before the full scale invasion started. So they're sending more raw materials to Russia. They're getting less money for those raw materials that they're sending to China. Russia sends stuff to China. Raw materials they send to China, they're getting far and far less money for it, even though the volumes are going up, and it's supporting their economy. But they're buying back from China stuff at phenomenally inflated prices, because China knows they're their only supplier. And basically, it means that if the war goes on 4, 5, 6 more years, hell, Russia just own China. Or sorry, China will just own Russia. They won't need to worry about ever coming into conflict with Russia. They'll just be so indebted to China that they'll go along with whatever they say. There'll be another reliable vote for China in the UN Security Council. So China's going to get 2 votes on the UNSC. That'll further, in my opinion, dilute the capability of that organization doing good in the world, and doesn't spell good things for the world. But in the short term, China is propping up the Russian military with equipment and capabilities, like specifically fiber optics for drones, and electronic componentry for drones, some of which they source from American and European countries, and are the middlemen, and inflate the prices for those things drastically. I'll bet you, when forensic examination is done at the end of this war, that there are also artillery shells being produced, and rockets and things. Ammunition is probably being produced in China and routed through North Korea to provide to Ukraine, to provide for Russia for use against Ukraine. It won't surprise me at all if we find out if that's true at the end of the day, because I just don't think the volumes match up that North Korea is capable of producing and we're known to have in storage. But we can't prove anything definitively. But at some point, don't be surprised if we see that China has been covertly supplying Russia with ammunition, although they have yet to this date, as Budanov said, not supplied them with any combat-ready complete systems for use. Midwest?
Yeah, I wouldn't. To your greater point here, I think China is really the big winner in all of this war, and I think that's why they're happy to see it continue to go on, because they're turning Russia into basically a country of indentured servitude towards China, and um, they're creating a sort of like shaping a new world order. One of the things that China needs, if China's going to sustain a war, if they want to kick off a world war and invade Taiwan, is they need oil. China doesn't have lots of oil, but their neighbors to the north have lots of oil. And, making, to put a really blunt and, bru- uh, brutal term on it, China's making Russia their bitch, right? They are, and that's what they're doing. And I think that that we're going to see. I think that we're going to see a little bit of a paradigm shift in regional power there, where China becomes even more powerful. The United States and Europe becomes more distant and fragmented, and it's a really dangerous kind of area that we're walking into right now. Um, so yeah, I don't see anything really good coming out of this cooperation between Russia and China. I know that China's basically selling whatever they can to Russia at prices that are insane. Um, Russia's medical system will we'll leave that alone. That's a whole mess, and we have our own mess here in the states. But boy, it looks pretty freaking organized compared to whatever's going on in Russia. Um, I'll I'll point you to a few months ago when they were going to stop buying cardiac stents from I think it was a European country that makes them because they were going to make their own. And okay, well, the story is if you have a heart attack in Russia, just be prepared to die. And if you don't die, they'll probably just send you off to the front. So we got that. Um,
These are those little. These are the little like 3D mesh tubes, the 3D printed mesh tubes that you of you know exotic hydrocarbon type fibers that they use to put inside arteries to keep them open when people have had blocked arteries. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're as you say, they're little mesh tubes that they can take and put in through an artery in your wrist or in your groin, and they can actually fish up into the tiny arteries that actually supply your heart with blood flow. Your heart is weird because obviously it pumps all your blood, but it doesn't have its own blood flow system.
In order to do that, it needs a lot of
It
blood.
needs a lot of blood to feed that muscle that's doing that, right? And it doesn't get the blood directly from all the blood that flows through it. There's a little call it little siphon or a little diverter artery that actually then feeds down to the muscle of your heart. It comes right off the stem, right off the stem of your aorta, and then feeds
The
all the muscles in your
carotid
heart there.
artery, is that the one?
That one's up in your neck. Your aorta comes right off your
Aortal artery. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
aorta comes right off your heart. It makes a big loop down and then has a separate branch that goes up. But only when your heart is at rest, that is not beating. So the time in between beats is when you get blood flow down into these little tiny arteries that actually feed your heart. And your heart, if it's beating hard, especially, it's a very demanding thing. It takes a lot of energy to do that. It needs fed, and so these stents, there's like three or four main arteries on your heart that then branch off into smaller ones. And
And
yeah,
and they've been doing these for dozens of years. So I mean,
yeah, I
this would
mean,
be
this
heart
was like
saving surgery that's pretty widespread, right?
yeah, this was a thing in the United States. I think in the '90s is when it came to be a thing, and then kind of became more popular in the late '90s, early thousands, where they would do that because the old treatment, excuse me, the old treatment for that was to just take and crack your chest open and then steal a vein from your leg or your arm to actually take and graft onto that artery and then bypass that blockage wherever it is. And they would do that manually and fit like physically, like they would do an open heart surgery to do that. That's what's called a coronary artery bypass graft, and that's a big open heart surgery. That's something that keeps you in the hospital for weeks. Um, the stents that they place, that's something that keeps you in the hospital for like 2 days while they monitor. And then, you go follow up and you do some outpatient stuff and visit.
And if you can't get those things and you can't do the cheaper heart surgery, you'd expect more people to die of heart disease in Russia because it can't be controlled medically with medicine, and there's no other alternatives, right?
Yeah, 100%. If you can't treat these things through that means of placing these stents in that, then you're severely limiting the ability to treat people who are having heart attacks and who need these. these surgeries to restore blood flow to their heart. You're really limiting what you're able to do, and yeah, you're if they don't outright die from that, they're going to have severe heart disease following that, congestive heart failure and things like that. That's going to follow, and they're basically going to be you're creating a population of cripples. If you live through that, right, and your heart adjusts to its new restricted blood flow, you're going to end up as somebody with a very limited capacity, and your heart's not going to be able to do what it once did. And the kind of thing where you go to step outside and walk to your mailbox and you take 15 steps and you're severely out of breath and you have to stop and sit down before you pass out, kind of deal.
Yeah, and I'm getting told in the background that medicine is just engineering, because in fact these aren't high exciting polycarbonate chemical things. They're mesh tubes made out of metals, typically biocompatible metals, stainless steel, cobalt, chromium, and platinum chromium. So this is where this raises more questions than answers. So these are like the wire sleeves that I would put inside a pipe if it was suffering some collapse and I needed to be able to grout it in, but have something to hold on to it. We use sleeves like this in pipes, and that's what they're doing here. And they also use them in electronics, apparently too. So it's very similar to that. Being a surgeon is kind of like being an engineer, a little bit. But here's the thing. Here's the question. Uh, Russia has no serious capability. They can make stainless steel, but I don't know that they have the capability to make cobalt, chromium, and platinum chromium much and make it into this fine wire that's spun out to make these mesh things. They're going to make them themselves. You sure about that, Midwest?
I don't think there's a chance in hell about that, Will. They're not going to make them themselves. And the thing is that they don't care. They don't care to. If Putin needed stents in his heart, they would find some. But if Joe Schmo from the SMO decides to go to the hospital with a heart attack and needs some stents in his heart, well, guess what? He's just going to probably die or end up, whatever is left over of his heart afterwards.
Forget about it. Right, exactly. So, I won't cover it in detail, but I'm also getting stuff pumped from the background that there is significant C-17 flights moving and moving of EA-18 growlers over toward Iran in Spain. And yeah, it looks like America is doing a proper build-up potentially to uh, attack Iran, and in fact, they've got some KC-135s on the move. So this does look like the buildup before Venezuela, but the Venezuelan buildup went on for several weeks before they did anything. And the key to me is if they're building up and need a couple of weeks to build up before whatever they're going to do in Iran, they're not going to make it in time to help the rebels on the ground. The repression has been going on significantly for weeks now, and Trump saying that he got one execution of 800 people stopped is not solving the problem. They simply beat those people to death in the prisons, I understand. So, uh, he doesn't have an answer here. How is the United States attacking Iran at this point going to get that regime to do anything, if at all, and the right thing? More importantly, I just don't see. I don't see what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's you want to strike on nuclear facilities and knock out some capability there. That's a defined, easy to accomplish. Well,
And
easy if
how
you have the tech of the
excited is
U.S.
how excited are Americans and MAGA in particular going to be about getting involved in another war in the Middle East? What do you think? How's that going to sell, Midwest?
No more foreign wars. America first, right? That was the rally cry that I heard, anyways.
That was it, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you effectively strike to solve this problem. I mean, this is I don't know. What are you bombing the Ayatollah's palace? Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't know how you can accomplish the goal of accomplishing essentially regime change but also supporting the Iranian people on the ground, which are a very freedom loving people, by the way. They are a pro democratic, very freedom loving people, like they were in the 70s, before their revolution. And yeah, I don't see how you accomplish those goals easily with a military strike. This is a long term effort. It's not something you can just go in and hit this and be done. That would be a long term effort to try and do that. And it flies in the face of what MAGA says they stand for.
Yeah, yeah, I don't see where it's going. But thanks for the update, folks. Let's see what else to talk to you about. So casualties, casualties, casualties. The other day, Tartarigami noted that the CSIS, this is the Center for Strategic and International Studies in America. It's one of the really old think tanks that's bipartisan, very academically studious, and all that. So, they're not an out there wild operator. And they noted in their report at the end of the year that CSIS uh, CSIS estimates that 325,000 soldiers have been killed since 2022. So that's 325,000 dead alone, not the other injured. And it is a number that is consistent with the numbers that we look at every day, especially if you assume, or not, if you look at the full casualty, because that's Russian casualties. Uh, Based on numerous Russian internal documents in the last couple of years, it includes, and we include the Wagner and LDNR forces, and we know that they've been doing forcible conscriptions in Luhansk and Donetsk heavily. So if you add those people into it, the number actually exceeds 400,000 killed. 400,000 killed. And if you look at a 3-to-1 ratio, that's 1.2 million dead, wounded, and missing, which is precisely the number that we're basically looking at on a daily basis now. So it's good to see other people coming in and confirming that we haven't been looking at rubbish for 4 years.
Yeah, no, I mean, it just confirms everything that we've always said, is that Russians are being systematically, eliminated by the Ukrainians. And the Ukrainians have been claiming, all along that, hey, these casualties aren't what you would expect in a modern war. This isn't, the 7-to-1 or 9-to-1 wounded to killed ratio like the Americans, for example, enjoyed in Afghanistan or whichever war, Iraq, whichever it was. This is a much more brutal war. You're looking at 3-to-1 or 2-to-1 or even 1-to-1. And lately I've been seeing that the wounded to killed is actually, a sub 1-to-1 ratio, that there's actually more killed than wounded on the
Yeah, well,
battlefield.
that would be consistent with the rise in casualty rates of one to maybe 25 in the Pokrovsk area, as Ukraine's gotten very, very good at doing these inner city ambush type attacks with drones. Even though Russia is interdicting supplies and things behind the Ukrainian lines, Ukraine's doing the same thing. Plus, they're just coming off so much better in the frontal assaults that Russia eventually uses. Even though they've gone to these little 3-man teams and tried to spread it out and do infiltration attacks, they have found ways to make sure that infiltrators get found and killed before their concentrations of them build up enough that they can be militarily effective to go on and do anything. So it looks like the adaptations that are taking place are not working in Russia's favor at the front line. But basically, the front line isn't moving. And if you're talking about, 400,000 wounded, missing, and killed in 2025, they got nothing for it. They got, in total, I think they took 1% additional territory inside Ukraine. They're moving at literally slower than a snail's pace. It's obscene to say, but a snail, if they took off, you know, from the line of contact on February 24th would have traveled across Ukraine already, and this army of Russia's isn't going anywhere. So it's a stalemate. It's a bloody stalemate at the front, and I reckon Ukraine's winning the strategic war. I mean, the oil and gas revenues drastically down. We can see that. Russia's having a hard time paying for anything. They're going into vast amounts of debt, and they're not doing that to Ukraine. Sure, Ukraine has better friends than Russia does, but Ukraine's not getting the level of support proportionally that even China, North Korea, and Iran have been giving Russia. So, man, they are really holding their own on the battlefield, and the strategic strikes look to be, I would say, in Ukraine's favor. So it's a tough winter, and there are a lot of bad things that are happening. Specifically, these adaptations like Starlink-equipped Garans, which are very problematic, and we get pissed off about immediately. Hopefully, the level of pissed offness about that filtered up quickly to other folks, because apparently, Fedorov has had the discussion to get that problem solved, and I hope those discussions bear a lot of fruit. The I don't know what the number is, but I think it's going to be a big meat day when Mockers shows up a bit later, because there were 268 attacks through 10 p.m. last night. They've added to that overnight with 279 combat clashes in total, but that's a pretty big day for recently. So there should be lots of meat on the list today. And airstrikes were about average, 41 airstrikes with 123 bombs dropped and 5583 kamikaze drones thrown at them. Let's see what the percentage there is, because the last 2 days in a row, we've seen the number of UAVs that are reported shot down is one thing, the tactical UAVs. But the key to me these days is what percentage are they shooting down? Today they shot down about 555, and they launched so they're down around 10%, which would be, average, below average day. The last 2 days before today, I was keen to look at the number today, because last 2 days, the tactical UAV shoot-down rate has gone up to a record 14.5%, and then down yesterday to 14.1%. It is down again today, like noisy signals usually are. But I'll bet the trend is going up here, and I'm wondering. We probably don't have the access to the data, but I'd be very keen to know if the proliferation of shotguns and things like shotgun training that we're helping support here at Volya are having an effect, because tactical UAV shoot downs, the last line of defense is somebody that knows how to shoot when somebody says pull. And I hope that that's what's happening, but it is heartening to see the percentage, because tactical UAVs are incredibly hard to shoot down, right? Incredibly hard. Sometimes they'll crash and not do all the damage that you think they're going to do, and sometimes it's miraculous. Did you see the video yesterday of the Russians that are hiding in the pipes in like a culvert, 3-pipe culvert going under a road? Big, huge, massive pipes, probably 48-inch inside diameter. This dude, a drone flies up this pipe, boom, blows up and blows this guy right out of the tube, and he lands in a heap, but apparently not really injured that badly, because he gets up and he runs back toward the second pipe and manages to get inside that pipe, and his legs are almost all the way in, and then another drone flies in and joins him and has a much bigger explosion toward the end of the pipe. And I'm just guessing he didn't live through that at all. But so most of these tactical drones like that, they explode near or on the target. They don't all hit. Apparently, it takes about, for every successful strike you see, there's probably about 3 drones that or 2 or 3 drones that missed and blew up away from, had no effect or whatever like that. So these things are incredibly hard to shoot down. Right, you can EW them and cause them not to get where you're at, but listing them as shot down at 14%. It sounds like a shitty number. It sounds like a non-impressive number, but to be honest, 14.5% that they achieved 2 days ago and 14 yesterday. I was hoping, boy, I hope that's a trend, because if this is on the rise, that's good news for Ukraine. Now I'm
Yeah,
trying
I
to add
did.
Jennie as a speaker. I'll keep trying.
Oh, I see her up on my side.
Oh, good.
I put her up, and it looks like she's good. I did see that Flying Ivan video that you're talking about with the 3 sets of, or 4 sets of, corrugated pipe. And yeah, that was a good one. The first one yeeted him out of that pipe, and the second one I think was the coup de grace. I think that was just all right, buddy, you're done now.
Well, it just shows, they go out there in groups and don't waste them all on one strike at once. They fly in like we saw the drones doing on the surface drones doing on the water when they were out hunting Russian ships of the Black Sea Fleet. The one would hang back, they'd go in one at a time, see if they got through, and the one hanging back would always have the video of how successful the strikes were ahead of them, and then they follow them in, and that's what they've done in this case. Magyar, we were talking about this earlier in the week, and Russians were bitterly complaining about the bloggers and everybody in Russia is complaining about how crass and how horrible it is that they've got a scorecard in Ukraine that they track with points, and get to buy more stuff if they're more successful, and the fact that they focus on individual soldiers, and they were all shitty about this, and not noting that they've been executing prisoners of war, torturing prisoners of war, starving prisoners of war, using chemical weapons, using cluster munitions on trains and train stations, and now using drones on civilian trains actively. Yet they're upset that Magyar's got a scoreboard to make sure that they're maximizing their killing of Russian soldiers, individual Russian soldiers. Yes, he has keyed on it. And he explained to all the people that are whining and bitching, well, why aren't you going after more valuable equipment in the rear? Take out the supplies. And he said, so he pointed out that we, in fact, are going after stuff in the rear, taking out a significant number of those. Please look at the scoreboard again. But he makes no bones about putting a relatively high price on the head of every individual invader, because that's the quickest way to the war militarily, making sure nobody goes home alive to come back for the next battle is the way to make sure you're always fighting a weaker and weaker force, while hopefully you get stronger and stronger. And they don't have the equipment, they don't have the capability of taking the initiative and deciding the form of war that they're going to fight. Russia has the initiative. Russia wants to fight a war of attrition, so Ukraine's only option is to fight a war of annihilation attrition against Russia, to kill everybody that shows up every day if you can. That makes sure nobody comes back with any experience on how to fight tomorrow. That's it may sound crass, may sound cruel. You may think a scoreboard is a little bit harsh, but that which does not get measured does not get maximized, in the old process engineering way of saying things, Midwest.
Yeah, and you know the Russians can always go home if they don't like it. That's the key here.
Exactly.
Go home then.
Of course, we will be playing Squid Game on the way home. Your task now is to make it back to Russia alive.
Yeah, for sure. I see Yenny's got her hands up. She's probably got something to say on this.
Well, I don't know how she's going to start, but I know how she's going to finish. Hello, Jennie.
Good morning. Good morning. Today it's actually, it's getting cooler. It's 11 minus now. Um, you know, Considering what the Russians have done to Ukrainians, this this is a nice way of giving payback. Are they getting points for killing civilians? No. Are Russians killing civilians every single day? Yep. Are they getting extra points if they take out the electrical grid in an entire city? I doubt it. But are the Russians doing that? Yeah, they actively target the Ukrainian electrical grid in the cities. So, don't like it, go the fuck home. I don't think that this is a bad idea at all. Let's go. I think that this is a smart way, and if it helps them getting better equipment, well, again, the Russians can fuck off home, can't they? So
You,
I don't see the same amount of atrocities. Do I believe that there are Ukrainians that execute Russian POWs? Yeah, I do. Do they do it to the same extent that Russians are? Do they torture them before they execute them? I doubt it. So, no, it's not the same. It really isn't. Anyways, um, I also came up.
but so while I accept that your premise might be correct, I'll note that if there were cases of Russians being executed by Ukrainians, that Russia would have raised court cases over those, and they have not, as Ukraine has done
Yeah,
on their side. So there is currently no evidence of any Ukrainian soldier executing a prisoner of war inside of Russian. But I'm not saying it hasn't occurred. I'm just saying it's become systematic on the Russian side with intercepts of actual commanders giving orders to execute prisoners of war.
exactly. That was basically my point. Uh, the Russians are committing so many war crimes every single day.
Yeah.
Uh, I know that back in, I think it was like back in 2023, at the end of 2023, almost into 2024, I believe that the Russians were committing an average of like between 10 and 15,000 war crimes in a single fucking day. We don't see that on the Ukrainian side. Then there would have been like, because I don't think that the West would have, the liberal democracies would have closed rank on Ukraine and closed up behind them and helped them as much if they were fighting as dirty as the Russians. Do they have reason to? The amount of torture of the POWs, the evidence of torture in in Russia of the Ukrainian POWs has actually been recorded. They were talking World War II levels of torture and experimentation and shit. So
Yeah.
there's
Unfortunately, the International Red Cross aren't reporting that this time because they've been essentially become complicit in just taking Russia's word for it and not checking this time. It's a shame, a shocking
it.
slander on the International Red Cross.
Yeah, don't get me started on the Red Cross because they piss me off. I there there's so many things about this war that pisses me the fuck off, like the Red Cross. When when Russia opened fire on the humanitarian corridors out of Mariupol, did they name the aggressor? Did they name? They're like, oh, the corridors came under fire. Did they say where the fire came from? No. Have they mentioned even once who the? Yes, actually they did. When their trucks came, their food trucks out on the towards the front lines, when that was targeted by Russian drones, then they actually named Russia. They were saying that Russian drones were chasing them and eventually they connected. That was the first time in this war that they actually named the aggressor. But I also raised my hand to say, because we're supposed to do a shift change in 5 minutes, and I'm out walking my dog, and it's like minus 11 or something. Could be minus 12.
So it's going to be a short walk.
Well, I actually I'm enjoying it. It's not that bad. I like it. I don't have any more clothing
Yeah,
on than I do when it's
but
-5.
what's your dog's opinion on the matter?
Oh, he doesn't care. He's like running along, sniffing, taking his sweet time. It's around -25, I think, that he starts complaining. He's like, you know what? We don't need to do the long walk today. We can do the short one. But if I'm not home by 8 o'clock, if one of you could stay on until I get back home, because I
Oh
need
yeah,
to put my
we no worries. We won't. Don't worry. We won't close the space down. And we're going to talk to War Dog. We got a couple more stories yet in us, don't we, Midwest?
Yeah, we got a
awesome.
couple. And to sum up Jenny's point on war crimes, uh, I've seen Ukrainians come back with brands that say Slava Russia on them, but I haven't seen any Russians come back with brands that say Slava Ukraini on them. Just saying.
Good point. Hey, I see War Dog goes up. Speaking of little white dogs that are demanding, how you doing, War Doggo?
Doing fine, doing well. Thank you so much. Hope everyone is doing okay as well. So everyone is safe in this cold period of time. And this shit is called winter, and the breaks through from the North Pole cold weather breaks through tell us still that the weather is winter one, and we still have to live through January and then February, and February in Ukrainian is called luty. If I translate literally, we don't translate the month names, but if I translate literally, it calls fierce. That's because the most harsh temperatures and the most harsh weather goes in February on our lands.
Also, one of my favorite drone names.
Yes, exactly. That's how you know. Uh, then I'm super glad to. I will not even touch all of this topic of the war crimes and so far and so on. I think that we already have been discussing lots of that, and the simple thing is when someone tries to equalize, both parties are guilty. So, or the most common thing that this liberal people, we have to hear everyone. They usually say one suggestion is to look who bombs the hospital and the civilian places. That's the simple take. And you rightly mentioned that those people who are coming back from those who are happy to come back from Russian captivities, because we see only those who come back, but the stories they tell also show us that there are thousands of those who just simply die from hunger, from cold in Russian captivities, because they are tortured by hunger, by cold, and Slava Russia, let's say, surgery on their bellies is just one of the types of the torture that Russia is bringing. While on the other hand, if you see the Russian prisoners of war who are returning to Russia, first, they don't have that happy faces as the Ukrainians coming back first. That's the first sign they're not so happy, because they were here for the contract in Ukraine for the contract to make money, but instead they're now getting back to Russia, where they will be forced to sign the contract one more time. And and second, they're getting well fitted, well dressed, and so far and so on. Is a bit of a difference, but I will not even discuss too much because I believe it's evident to many here. But if you think it is worth to repeat all the things that we were mentioning before, of course, I'm happy to. Meantime, I'm super happy to tell you that we are already able to purchase the electronic equipment to Andriy Bisonov, to his training center, the initiative that we promised to him, managed. Thank you so much for that. So 4.5k USD is used to purchase the electronic equipment. When the equipment is purchased, I will make the sum up and then share all the 33,000 that we have currently as per the proactive fundraiser. All of them has been already materialized in different type of equipment that is on the way or has been already purchased to the guys on the front lines, and remaining amount that we have left after purchasing 45k used to purchase the diesel air heaters, this famous Webasto, in Nordic countries. They're extremely popular, preheating the vehicle, but there is an option, like there are the stationary one that are mounted to hit the preheat the vehicle without using the engine, just simply like closed chamber to burn the diesel fuel, and there is an exhaust pipe that exhaust goes outside and the heat goes inside the heat air after diesel burning in the closed chamber. That's why it is safe, let's say, to use in the close let's say area and in the
Because it
dugouts.
doesn't exhaust to the breathing atmosphere.
Exactly, and there are some portable options, and that's exactly the option we choose to deliver to everyone we know. You remember previous year we were delivering to everyone whom we could reach and whom we know personally. You can see the message in the nest, which is saying we are doing the same initiative now, and you can see the pictures from our previous deliveries that we were doing. We were doing to 95th Brigade, to Alpha SBU, to Andri's last year, but the equipment get lost sometimes. The positions are getting bombed, and some things need replacement. That's why they have us, and that's why they trust that when they have some urgent need, we're glad to help. Also, this year intention is to bring the equipment, the diesel air heaters, to not only to the soldiers on the front lines, but also to the rescue responders. I'm pretty much sure a part of their standard equipment that they already use, mounting the tents in the yards, in the playgrounds, in the cities, heating, providing the heat and electricity to the citizens of the big cities like Kiev, but also those who are working to demine the territories and some specific rescue activity after the bombings and so far and so on. They really appreciate help, and those whom we can reach out, we also bring the diesel air heater. So as of now, 9 diesel air heaters are going to Andri's guys and guys from Alpha SBU, and another 15 are in the queue waiting for our payment. So 2.2 K is kind of the nearest spending that we can do if we manage to have 2.2 on top of what's available. So just simply saying, electronic equipment is already in the process of purchase. The diesel air heaters 9 are already traveling to Volodymyr and to Andriy. There are many more that we can deliver, and of course, if we have more than 2.2 K, we can deliver much more than another 15 to the guys we know we can. We are limited only by the resources we are able to raise together, and the equipment that we can deliver will be at maximum use, because we know many people who were coming here up, and some of them already for a couple of years, and those are people whom I regularly bring the things and whom we deliver, because we know that they do the job. They did the job successfully for some of them already for 11 years, since Russia attacked Ukraine in 2014. And yes, when they need help, they know that they can get it, because they have us. Thanks for everyone who is able to help, able to contribute, even simply retweeting the message that you can see the latest in the nest helps to attract that attention, and maybe finding someone who can bring help and make a donation. If you are listening now through Twitter, you can just simply click the message in the nest, and you will see a part of the pictures. You can see more details of the fundraiser. You can see more details of the previous deliveries made, and so far and so on. If you will be listening in the recording via Twitter or via Spotify, you just simply can hit on your browser givebutter.com and then /proactive, and that's how you get to the fundraiser via the web page, and you can see much more things as well, and establish or monthly donation that could bring some predictability and let's say resource planning for the projects we do, or just one-time donation is also very welcome. And just even simply retweeting the message and letting others know that there is an initiative to bring it to everyone we can reach out, who do their job effectively and who makes an impact on Ukrainian frontline. Holding this nice, not only to Ukraine, but many others giving time to prepare for what's coming. And what's coming, you can see in the daily news, much better than me. If you have any questions, I'm here. I still have like 10-15 minutes. If I can discuss whatever I have expertise in, and probably ask someone where for the topics if I don't have the expertise in, because I'm trying to bring always the most interesting and reliable info to the community, that the beautiful community of Volya Radio, who brings lots of context about Ukraine. And thank you so much for doing what you do. Back to you.
Thank you, War Doggo. And yeah, it is nice to see that fundraiser get over the top. And I'll note that the shotgun fundraiser is only a few thousand short of its goal too. So hopefully we can spur both of those on. It's 3:08 p.m. in the Workers' Paradise, and there's drinks and things to be had this afternoon on Friday afternoon. Say good day. Shout out to Twit, who I met a NAFO dog yesterday in the real fur, and had dinner with him last night. So that was great. Thanks everybody for coming to this week in Absurdistan. I'll be on with tomorrow morning again, my time. So tomorrow afternoon to our or evening for our steadfast insomniac Canadian buddies, and I'll say Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava. All right then. So we just gave Will the boot, as is tradition. I'm going to get Jennie up as a co-host here, and I think we'll have a shift change. Hopefully, Will's going to come back and come back as speaker and have a say here. There he is, requesting speaker. I got you, Will. Jennie, how was your dog walk?
It was lovely. I do enjoy the cold, and so to me it doesn't bother me. Let me look at the temperature. Oh, it's warmer. It's 10.9, minus 10.9. So it's actually unusually warm, and I'm supposed to have around minus 20, and if I had the opportunity, I would switch with Ukraine in a heartbeat. I would take their cold because uh, Russia is not trying to genocide me like they are with Ukraine. So I do have, I do, they haven't taken out my electrical grid. They're not being out. They're just being normal assholes verbally, unlike they're doing with Ukraine. And this is actually something that we're going to talk about, me and Genesis Man, when he comes up. We are going to go through the legal definition and how to decide if it's a genocide or not. And I'm going to prove the legal term of genocide, because that is what Russia's doing. And it's high time that we start using that in our language when we talk. We don't say Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. We don't call it Russia's war in Ukraine. We don't call it, definitely, we do not call it Ukraine's war. Um, they, it's not. We should start calling it what it is: Russia's genocidal war in Ukraine, because that is exactly what it is. Um, but I do see that War Doggo had his hand up.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We'll see if this fixes things. I literally was hearing voices say, sorry, I know that's obnoxious, you probably hear an echo. I was hearing voices saying things from just totally even out of context. It was really, really weird. I apologize to our listeners. It was not happening when people were up as speakers. So let's see if we can get this going again. So, and I'm sorry for that. I'm going to make sure that that isn't going to happen again in just a second. Boy, what a day. All right, let's see if we can get Jennie and Genesis Man into wherever they're supposed to be. Co-host slots. Let's see if we can do that. Because it wasn't letting me stay up to speaker. It was just being funky. All right. Genesis Man is in a co-host spot. That's a good thing.
Thank you, Prince. Just for the yeah. So just to let everybody know, I've been bounced around the universe for the last 30 minutes.
So have I.
Well done, you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, sorry for the crash, and I think I just lost his audio. I hope he didn't drop back down. But we will we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully this lasts and does well for us. And so sorry for totally abruptly cutting off, but I was actually trying to speak on the host account and nobody could even hear me do that. So yeah, lots of fun. So Jennie, Genesis Man, have at it.
Morning, Jennie. Nice to meet you at long last. Morning, listeners. Like I said, I've been bounced around the universe for the last 30 minutes, so perhaps we can get on with stuff. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. I can hear you just fine.
Good. So whenever I was brought up to speaker, it just bounced me out of the space. So thank you for that, everyone. Lovely stuff. Prince, I take it you got the helm. I'll send you stuff for the nest, and let's crack on. Jennie, where do you want to start today?
Well, I think we can continue or start this new space where we kind of left off. I do hope the War Dog comes back. And if you give me just a few seconds to put a post in the nest, then that would be great.
Yep, no worries. So, Mockers, I'll see you down there. Good day in the office today, girl. Play nice with the children and look after yourselves. And thanks for sending me this stuff. I'm going to start putting stuff in the nest, Jennie. I think you wanted to talk about genocide. Was I right in thinking that?
Yes, and I'm trying to find my tweet where so that everybody can follow along. Perhaps I should wait until Prince has stuffed the nest the um with
With the tweet.
yeah, with the charities.
Fundraisers.
Yeah, the fundraisers. Ah, you know what people think that being bilingual means is that you like sprinkle your language with two languages when you're speaking. It's not. It's more like, oh, my brain just shut itself and I don't know the word in either language. It's not what people think it is. It really isn't.
Okay, I've got your fundraising stuff up into the nest and I'm high, so have at it.
Okay, then I'm going to dig up the tweet that I want to discuss. And I would love for it to be a discussion actually, because I think that will hammer down exactly what the point that I'm trying to make, that we should stop calling this either Russia's war in Ukraine, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, and the worst one of all, Ukraine's war. It's not Ukraine's war. Ukraine didn't choose this. And I think it's important because words matter, and this is why we should call it a genocide. Anyways, I see Mockers has her hand up, and that will give me time to dig up the post that I want.
Morning. Yeah, one of the reasons why they won't call it genocide is because they, feel pressure to do something about it. So there's that. But also recall, they're not really doing much about what's happened in Gaza. Not really doing anything about what's happened in Iran. And there seems to be a dose of that going on over there and over there. I mean, come on, Syria as well. That's been going on. And we all just kind of dodge it, don't we? Oh, what? No, never heard of it. Don't know what you mean. It's very disappointing considering we think we're enlightened and we're, good people. It's very disappointing that we shy away from actually doing stuff. But it does look as though we are doing stuff now. Not necessarily with regards to that, but at least with regards to helping Ukraine without having to rely on the US so much. Because, what are they called? Satellite systems and intelligence systems. It looks like Germany and France have both pulled the finger out and said, you know what, we need to stop relying on the US for this, and we need to start relying on ourselves. And they are building the infrastructure to do so, or at least opening up the infrastructure that they already had to be able to do so. And about bloody time too, don't you think?
Absolutely, Mockers. Everywhere that in all the posts, it starts off with the Ukrainian war. Well, it ain't a Ukrainian war. It's a chuffing Russian war. The Russia started it, and it drives the narrative across the space and across the actual geopolitical space as well. Because you see people in Washington, absolutely in Washington. Well, I can't call it Washington anymore. It's Moscow minus one. But they all start off with it as if it's Ukraine's fault that started the war. It's absolutely not, people, and we need to start fighting back. Anyway, with that, I can now see your post up in the nest, Jenny. Do you want to start us off?
Yes, but before I do that, the person with the Ukrainian looking name, that account is based in Nigeria. Don't bring it up again. Uh,
Will do.
so uh,
Will do.
for any, yeah, just for anybody who saw that person up and decided to add them as a friend because, oh, it's a Ukrainian defender. It is not. It's based in Nigeria. It's a scammer. They just want your money and nothing will help Ukraine. Aha, look, they fucked off. Anyways, so the legal definition, or the definition that I did not actually um, compare to the ICC, the International Criminal Courts, their definition, but this is taken from the UN site. And regardless of what I think of them, they are going to go with I'm going to go with it because they're still as faulty as it is the one tool that we have where we can all get together and as countries and talk. So, in the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. So, you don't have to kill off the entire population for it to be called a genocide. It's enough that we target just a small portion of it. And that is evident when you look at the Balkan Wars. That was a war that took place in the 90s because Milosevic decided to make Serbia great again. Not playing on words there at all. And Srebrenica, that particular incident is considered a genocide. Prince Heather, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry because I'm trying to stuff the nest for Genesis Man and do 5 things all at once. I apologize if that was echoey. Okay, just me now. One of the things that is often also misunderstood is nobody has to be killed for it to be a genocide. It's an interesting thought, though, isn't it? Nobody has to die in order for it to be a genocide, which is something that is really hard to understand in some ways. But if you look at the Genocide Convention and how it's written, and I'm going to put this back to the first in the nest. Genesis Man sent me some stuff to put in the nest. So it's one thing, it doesn't have to be during a war, and nobody has to die. 2 really important points that I think. And by the way, we canceled genocide today, the genocide conversation today, so that I could go to the doctor. So sorry you all missed that, but I'm glad you're doing this, Jenny.
I'm doing this because of the discussion that me and Mockers had. I think it was on Wednesday morning, where I was kind of pissy because nobody talks about this genocide. Everybody is up in arms, going, "Oh my gosh, look at Gaza, look at Gaza. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh." And I don't see the same passion and everything when it comes to Ukraine. It's like, oh, is that war still going? Oh, I thought it was over. I mean, just the attitude. And it pisses me off because there's so many civilians in Ukraine that are dying, and then we're still not calling it a genocide. And then decoding was on later on in my evening, and he also was. He's like, I hadn't thought about like the outside world's attitude, and then he talked about how. So he is a humanitarian lawyer. He works with humanitarian law. This is why he was in Ukraine in 2014. He was there to document what was going on after the Green Little Men went out from the barracks in Crimea. And he said, he's like, I didn't think of this as a genocide at the time. He's like, looking back, I can go, why didn't I? He's like, it's obviously a genocide. And he thought, and so he was like, it's really good that we talk about this. And one of the reasons also that I wanted to do this during my morning is there are a lot of Europeans here now. The Europeans, they may listen back to the recordings, whether they do it on Spotify. We are on Spotify. Don't forget to listen back to old episodes. Um, but here I can catch an audience that you guys may not catch. And I do believe that it is important. So it's actually really true. You don't have to kill a single person for it to be considered a genocide. There are the hardest part of deciding whether something is a genocide or not is actually the intent. You can probably kill off an entire population, but you know, if that was not your intent, you weren't hell bent on eradicating this group of people from the face of the earth, then it won't be a genocide. So intention is really, really important. And do we have intent coming from Russia? What do you think, Genesis Man?
Absolutely not. In fact, I missed that. So I absolutely think that you're right in what we're saying. It is a genocide, and every single day they commit a war crime, don't they? I mean, it just doesn't stop. Every single day. I'll be back. Hang on.
Well, as in my thread, if you go to the very bottom of the thread at the very last post that I made in the thread, then you can see that I did add a video. It's from Julia Davis, where this, I believe it was a Russian general, that said the quiet part out loud. They want Ukraine without the Ukrainians and without the Ukrainian culture. They want to erase Ukraine from off the map. That is one of the goals in this war from the Russian side. You don't get a clearer intent than that. it doesn't get much more black and white what the intent is. What is it that what is the goal that they're trying to achieve? They have stated the goal. They want Ukraine without Ukrainians. That's it. It's as simple as that. So we have the intent. They have stated it themselves. There's I also know that the TV guy that's with, what's her face with cancer, whose husband died and she
Simone,
normalized. Yeah, she has like a male sidekick, and he has stated this as well. So this is like a well-known thing within Russia that the intent is to eradicate Ukraine from the face of the earth. They don't want Ukrainians. They are allowed to assimilate and become Russians, but Ukraine has to cease to exist as as a country, as a concept, and they will just usurp Ukraine's history, the parts that they want, in order to get legitimacy, and then there will be no more Ukraine. And the whatever history that they choose to steal from Ukraine, such as the conception of Kievan Rus, which is Ukraine, not Russia. That was the start of Ukraine, not Russia. It was not Moscovia. Then, they're just going to take the parts that they want. Go, Prince.
No, all I was actually going to say is that they televise their intent on a regular basis, right? That's something that we hear on and repeatedly from in the videos that Julia Davis sacrifices her sanity to translate for us, right? She does an amazing service, and so when you can see, and even there are things I think that Putin has said that prove the intent, but I think that when it comes down to it, that that it a lot of it will be able to come from those TV shows and the clips that Julia Davis um, translates for us. And
Yeah,
I'm also looking for a fact sheet. There's an amazing fact sheet that is of course it's a UN document, I'm sure, that really sort of walks you through this. It is a really, really good cheat sheet that we use for the genocide um, segment.
yeah. As much gripe as I have with the UN, this I may be on that sheet. I don't know, because I did go to the UN and look this up, all the information. So there are five parts. There are five, and any one of these can make it a genocide. If I have understood things correctly, you don't have to do all five for it to be considered a genocide. It's enough with one of them with the intent. And we have already established intent. Russia has the intent of, offing all the Ukrainians. So the first criteria, or the first part, killing members of the group. We watch on the daily. How you how Russia is targeting civilians in Ukraine and they're killing them. I don't think that military combatants are will be a part of this part of what constitutes a genocide, because military combatants are different. They're ranked different. But the fact that they're killing civilians, we have seen proof of this. Uh, Especially on Booms and Woe, on the daily we go through what Russia has been doing, how many Shaheeds they have launched, or Gerber, or whatever the fuck they want to call their um, weapons of murder. We see them target civilians. They do have something that they call the human safari, where people can pay and get to go to Ukraine and hunt civilians. So we know there's a clear record. Um, Booms and Woes. It's it's a document, a living document of Russia's war crimes. We fill it up every single day, and we talk about where they hit civilian buildings, whether it be apartment buildings, hospitals, schools, kindergartens, parks, you name it. They have done this. and this is actually a living document. So you guys are part of history and contributing to a living document of Russia's war crimes in their genocidal war in Ukraine. Another one is causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. The image I chose to use is of 9-year-old Alexandra. She's a gymnast, and she probably had an excellent career. She may have been heading for, Olympic gold, and she's still doing gymnastics, and she's still competing, even though one of the attacks that Russia launched on Ukraine cost her one of her legs. She's an amputee. She's 9 years old. This girl was born after 2014 because she's only 9. So she has known nothing other than Russia's genocidal war in Ukraine. She was born into it, and she has grown up for 9 years, and they have caused her serious bodily harm, and she's not alone. There are a lot of images that comes out that show amputees. Uh, the mental stress on the children that are born into this war, and especially the ones born after the full-scale invasion started, that is serious mental harm. And Russia can stop this. Don't think any differently. They could decide to go home. The soldiers could stop fighting. The soldiers could go back home. Putin can call this off at any point if he wanted to. He doesn't want to for whatever reason. And that is not what I'm here to talk about. But for whatever reason, he could stop this now. At any point, he can just go like, nope, we're not doing this anymore. Come back home, boys. We're going to leave Ukraine alone. But he decides to continue. Ultimately, Putin is the one responsible for whatever happens in Ukraine. Everybody from the private soldier that is shooting a civilian, that is executing a POW, from that guy all the way up the chain, all the way up to Putin, is responsible for what that private is doing. Nobody gets away. We stopped doing the using I was following orders as an excuse after World War II. That was a very common excuse in Nazi Germany, World War II, and we as a world decided that is not a valid excuse. There are unlawful orders, and you're not supposed to follow them. So these guys have no excuse whatsoever, but they are causing serious bodily harm. And I used brave little Sasha's image to show the resilience, one, but also that Russia is causing serious bodily harm. You cannot tell me that if you amputate your leg like midway up the thigh, that is not a serious damage. In fact, we can ask MidwestFella because he's up here and he's a nurse. So would that constitute serious bodily harm?
I would say yes, Jenny. An above knee amputation would be considered serious bodily harm. Absolutely.
So there we have it. Um, so far, we got 2 out of 5. We have crossed those off. Uh, Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Taking out the electrical grid in the wintertime when temperatures plunge down to minus 25 in centigrade, that is calculated. They have decided that this will break Ukraine. It is not, but that is what they were counting on. Uh, Being outside for a lengthy period of time in minus 25 without special clothing and gear and help is unsustainable. It's not, um, oh, what is it called? Oh, there's like a fancy word. Anyway, compatible. It's not compatible with life for humans. We're not built to be outside in the elements at minus 25. We're supposed to be inside in warm apartments. But if you take out the electrical grid, one, you take away their ability to drink water. Every human should drink about 2 liters of water every day. I did not think about this before the war started, the full scale invasion. That, like, I go over to my kitchen sink, and I turn on the tap, and water just flows. It's like magic. I never thought about like how the water actually gets to my tap, how much electricity is involved. Obviously, there are pumps all over the place that pushes the water towards my specific apartment, to specifically to my kitchen. But I fully expect every single time that I go to the tap in my kitchen for water to come out. If somebody cuts the power to my city, all the pumps go quiet and they stand still, and I no longer have water. This is a this is something that Russia does with the intent of breaking the civilians in Ukraine, so that the civilians will start crying, let's just sue for peace. Let's just go for peace. Let's sign any peace deal that there is because I fucking want my water back and my heat in my apartment. And that was number 3. Number 4, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. This was one that I was like, do I have as clear of a case for this? And I do. Again, it's the targeting of the civilians. They're taking out the mothers. They're taking out the women who could potentially be mothers, the non-combatant women, and that is preventing births within the group. If you have no women, you cannot have babies. It's just the way life is. And somebody might be crying like, oh, test tube babies. You still need the ovum from the Ukrainian women. And if the Ukrainian women are not there, you cannot get them. So they're preventing births within the group by targeting the civilian women, forcibly transferring children out of the group
Okay, wait,
to another.
Jenny.
Oh, yeah.
Before you move on from that,
Yes, please.
can I get graphic on this one?
Yes, please.
On the preventing birth. There has been testimony and there have been documented cases, especially towards the beginning at Bucha, Irpin, and in Izium and all of these places. A couple of the documented things that always come to my mind is Russian soldiers raping Ukrainian women and telling them that they are going to rape them until they never want to be with another man again. They are going to rape them to the point where they will never be able to stand being touched by another man. They have done things in that area also. You know, the expandable construction foam that has been inserted into women so that it destroys their reproductive system. It is something that is not as, it is something that happens. I don't know with which frequency, but I do know that it happens. And it is something that has been talked about and written about. Ukrainian soldiers are at times returned to Ukraine having been castrated. So you want to talk about actions cause the, I never can remember the exact wording, prevent death, prevent births in the future. You want to talk about things that they are doing intentionally to try to prevent births in the future. You know, also imagine being a 5-year-old child being raped yourself, having to watch your mother or father be raped. These are all examples that we've read about in documentation throughout the last few years on the genocide segment. These are all examples of how Russians are participating in doing that form of genocide, that specific line of genocide, very, very, very clearly, in my opinion. So combat-related sexual violence is a real thing. And there are actually funds that have already been set up for people to be able to use the funds, to be able to use the funds for things like therapy. And they are working very hard to learn the lessons of the former Yugoslavia, because a lot was learned about combat-related sexual violence and how sexual violence is used in a genocide. They learned a lot of lessons from that, and being many years departed from that. One of the things is making funds available for people who have been used by Russia in that way, so that they can access the funds even further down the road. Another thing that may end up happening sometime further down the road is children discover that they were born as a result of a rape from a Russian soldier. These are things that have happened to children in Yugoslavia, and they don't find out until they're adults sometimes. So, yeah, there is a list of things that have been done, and they're they're gross and they are disgusting, and just to it's a little graphic, sorry, but a bit of reality of what Russia has done when it comes to this part of the Genocide Convention.
Thank you.
I know I'm full of joy, right?
No, but so
No,
this is not a happy subject. Genocide is not pretty. It's
Very
not
true.
cute. It's a very harsh reality, and we cannot close our eyes to it. And I want us all to be comfortable calling this a genocide. And we should be just as outraged as we are about Gaza, about Uganda, about Iran. And I'm not seeing it from legacy media. I'm not seeing it from the UN. And that makes me livid. Sorry for cutting you off, Genesis Man. Go ahead.
no, Jenny. So I just wanted to reassure Prince. Prince, yeah, it's a difficult subject. It's not difficult. It's fucking diabolical. But that's another story. But it's really important we do talk about stuff like this. And I, as a male of the species, have just gone, holy fuck, what's happening? But yeah, my other point was, I'm pretty sure that Ukraine has a war crimes unit. I'm hoping that all of these are referred to them and then on to the Hague. But we can talk about that in a minute. Yeah, absolutely. So thank you. But Selenka?
Hello. About 5 months ago, excuse me, I read a really good piece in The Guardian. I'm going to pop it in the purple pill. And it was really about all the very many different aspects of stopping live births. So not only have they bombed maternity hospitals numerous times, I mean, there were those cases early in the war, but it's continued throughout the war. The other thing is there's a lot of psychological stress for pregnant mothers. So pregnant mothers may fear going to the local hospital because there are drones flying overhead. Pregnant mothers might have to go down to the basement because there are their building's either been hit, or there's a threat, or there are air alarms. So they're in various stages of pregnancy, or they've just delivered and they have to trample down to the basement. Yeah, so there's lots of, I guess there is just lot, and some women, may not want to go to the hospital because they don't want to take the risk of driving down roads where there are drone threats. So there are many, many different aspects that I think add to this picture of stopping live births. Thanks.
Thank you. Prince,
Jenny,
go ahead.
yeah, well, just a couple more things to expand on that a little bit. One of the other things is they do see actually mothers sometimes checking into the hospitals early, and spending the last parts of their pregnancy in the hospital, because it's more, even though they do get hit, they're sometimes built better. They feel safer in the hospital than they would at home. But also, statistically speaking, and I would have to go digging for it. I wasn't expecting this to come up tonight, and anyway, um, there is also an increase in the number of premature births in Ukraine that they can attribute to the stress of what the mothers are going through while they're pregnant because of this war. So you have more children being born early, which means not all of those children survive, and some of them are then are born, and develop developmental disorders, and delays, deaf, blind, cerebral palsy, seizures. on and on and on are the kinds of things that can happen with a premature birth. So you are, yeah, doing that kind of thing. That's another thing is the premature births that are happening, and there are women who are staying in hospital longer because they feel like it's a safer environment for them. So, and even though we see the hospitals get hit on a regular basis, they still feel safer than they would maybe at their home.
Yeah, and this all adds up. The stress, going through a pregnancy is already a stress on the female body. Uh, you're literally growing another human inside of you that takes part of your nutrition. Otherwise, they wouldn't grow. Just an FYI. Uh, and a pregnancy takes a great toll on the female body. Such a great toll that it takes about 2 years for the body to recover after childbirth, to fully recover. Your blood volume increases, and obviously, it it's now it's going to sound like I'm talking about a pregnancy negatively. It's not, but you're literally, it's like having a parasite that steals part of your nutrition and takes part of your blood. Well, you're cleaning two systems. So you have organs in your body that is supposed to, like, this is why you don't need to do detox, which I find hilarious when I see ads for detox. Your body already has that built into the system. Sometimes you can overload that system, but we already do that. But as a pregnant woman, you're cleaning two systems. Granted that the other one is not, drinking alcohol or, doing drugs and shit, but you're still cleaning two systems. You're, and so it's already stressful just being pregnant. And no, we're not glowing, we're sweating. And most of the time we feel like we're little heifers walking around. And I just can't imagine going through this while doing in the middle of a war, and a war that is as as extensive as this one is, as hard as this one is. I mean, the amount of shells that are expended every single day, the amount of attacks that we talk about every single morning, when we're talking like on the, I think the high numbers of drones and missiles being launched at Ukraine in this during over a single 24-hour period has been upwards of 800. I think that is the record, is 800. And I just can't imagine having to live through that stress while trying to grow a human being inside of you. It's it's horrific. Um, Anyways, so the last point is forcibly transferring children from out of the group to another group. Russia claims to have stolen. Again, thank God they're so fucking stupid. So Russia themselves have admitted they claim to have stolen 700,000 children. Ukraine claims a lot less, like a lot less. But you
Is
also have to think about what they're doing on in the eastern, in the occupied territories, where they're forcibly changing citizenship of families, entire families. Do you want to give birth in a hospital? Well, you have to be Russian to do it. So you have to change your citizenship to Russian, and you have to denounce your Ukrainian citizenship in order for your child to be born within the hospital with doctors present. And you never know when a pregnancy or a birth goes sideways. So you really want that ability. The reason why we have in less infant mortality rates in the developed world is because we go to hospitals, and hospitals are amazing. We have amazing midwives and nurses that help us during this point, during this part of our life. And we have anesthesiologists that don't make it as painful as it could be. We have amazing crew there that have medical knowledge that knows when to call in the doctor. In Sweden, we don't have a doctor inside the room when we give birth. We only have nurses. So, it's so we have document. This is why you should donate to the Yale Institute. They are working on finding these children that Russia has stolen. Some of them have been found in North Korea in camps where they're being indoctrinated to fight their own country. That is how awful Russia is. So now we have all the points. Um,
So
this was
Jenny,
not the
Jenny,
usual cheerful one. Yeah, go ahead.
no, just to finish off that last point. So the Russians are saying 700,000. Yeah, we all know those fucking idiots can't count. I'm thinking, and I've heard the figure of, and this is from the Ukrainian side, around 35,000. Is that about right?
I think so. I I I do believe, like, the thing is it's really hard to know, I believe, because some of the children, we don't know if they're just, if they have, well, if they have died and we have found the body, then we know where they are. But I think that there are a lot of missing children. I don't know how much have been excavated when the buildings have collapsed. And so, um, but 35,000, that is a number that sounds familiar to me. And I don't know how many they have gotten back, because they have gotten some of the children back, but we're still talking, there is clear evidence of them having stolen children. We talk about the stolen children.
No, no.
So if you,
Not,
yeah, go.
I agree, Jenny. So that'll be at the end when all the figures are done. After all this stupidity stopped, I suspect the figure will inflate quite a lot. But people, that figure 35,000, that will fill most fucking football stadiums in the world. They're about 30,000 stadium. That's a whole stadium full of children that have been taken away from their families and indoctrinated in um, another person's ideology. I mean, unfucking real. Sorry to swear.
Yeah, because I haven't been swearing, have I? I swear a lot. In my defense, and I'm going to blame this until the day I die, my dad was in the Navy. And welcome up. Long time no hear. Go ahead.
Hi, Jenny. Well, while you were talking, I found the diagram that um, Prince Heather was talking about, and I posted it in the Purple Pill, and I pinned it to my timeline. It's the 10 stages of genocide in an illustration. I just wanted to add that quick because I've waited a while and nobody's checked their the where I've tagged you, and I've tagged Genesis Man, I've tagged Volya Radio and Zedinka. So since nobody saw it, I just had to come up and mention it. Thank you for covering this.
Yeah, so like I really had, I felt after listening to Decoding when he was talking, and he's like, because one of the things that he said, he's like, I was watching this play out live in front of me, and yet it didn't occur to me that this, I'm watching a genocide happen right in front of my very eyes. When he was there as a lawyer documenting what happened, I believe that he was there for 2 years. Um, I know he was in the space earlier, but he appears to be gone now. Uh, and and that's when I felt like we need to do this. We need to cover this and try to cover it not only during Prince Heather, and I believe it is Nancy that covers the genocide segment on Volya Radio, where they go through these things, where they talk about the cases that have shown up that shows that this is a genocide. And I wanted to do this at a different hour when I can reach a different audience from them. And so I made Genesis Man agree to doing this. I kind of just decided, and he just had to play along.
There was no
And
coercion involved, I must admit, people. No coercion at all. So don't feel sorry for me, anyone. Carry on.
so it says that there are two. The I'm just going to read straight from the UN site. The popular understanding of what constitutes a genocide tends to be broader than the content of the norm under international law. Article 2 of the Genocide Convention contains a narrow definition of the crime of genocide, which includes two main elements: a mental element, the intent to destroy, in part, uh, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. And then you have the physical element, the five acts that we have just covered. And the intent, that is the part that is the most difficult to prove. And because, and here's here's the part where a lot of people, we sometimes in everyday life, we're quite quick to call something a genocide. And we don't think about the fact that this is a legal definition, that this is a crime. And this is why it's so important to actually document when we do the findings of children being forcibly removed, the the stopping of births, all of these things that I've just covered, because we're documenting a case to be brought in front of the International Court of Justice. This is why there's a warrant out for Putin's arrest. This is why. This is a court case. And it does become kind of dry and academic at the same time as when we hear the word genocide, for the everyday person who's not a lawyer, who's not involved in the criminal courts, it evokes emotions inside of us. And we're like, oh my gosh. And this is the part that I've been missing a lot when it comes to Ukraine. We're all there. We're all cheering for the armed forces of Ukraine to push out the invaders. And we forget this part, the human part, where the citizens of Ukraine, how much they are suffering. And I really want us all to get comfortable with the thought of naming this Russia's genocidal war in Ukraine. Just if everybody can please start referring to this as a genocide from now on, then you will have made my day, all of you. Over to you, Genesis Man. I have talked so much right now.
No worries, Jenny, and a really important subject, and I think that's the takeaway in it. So stop calling it the Ukraine-Russian war or the Russia-Ukraine war or the war. Call it the genocidal Russian war from now on. And if we can make that the narrative in everything and all we do when we're engaging on this platform, then perhaps we can turn the tide. But you're absolutely right. That's the reason why there's a warrant out for the little turd's arrest, because he's committing genocide. Hang on.
He is. And it is important to name things what they actually are. Uh, and please correct anybody who calls. So when I say that words matter, there are a few things that I'm going to bring up now. Like the fact that we're naming this a genocide. It might sound scary and everything, but it really isn't. We're just naming the boogeyman what he is. It's a genocidal war. Their intent is there. They have said it more than once. Even the Russians and the higher ups in Russia are calling for the destruction of Ukraine. They want Ukraine gone. There was something else I was gonna talk about naming them for what they actually are, and it just yeeted itself out of my brain. Anyway, it will come back to me later. Um, but we do need to start naming things, no matter how scary it is to name them for what they truly are. And when you start doing that, it becomes less scary, and also becomes easier to start working on what needs to be done. Trying to get, I doubt that we will ever get Putin in front of a court, but I bet you that in the middle of the Balkan War, when Yugoslavia fell apart, I bet nobody on the ground in former Yugoslavia thought that we would get Milosevic in front of a judge, and we did. We did get him in the end. And he was on trial for what he did, for his war crimes, for his participation in the war crimes. And remember, We don't have the excuse anymore of saying, oh, I was just following orders, because there are orders that are not lawful. If your commander tells you to shoot innocent civilians who are not active combatants, that is a war crime. And this is why there are so many war crimes committed in Ukraine. It's because Russia is deciding to target civilians. They do this specifically. I don't remember how, but they got a hold of the pilot. I think that he may have made a statement just to cover his own ass. But when the Children's Hospital in Kiev, whose name I can't pronounce, as I'm not gonna, um, do it. I'm not gonna do them that disservice. The fact that it was targeted, and the pilot came out and said, if I had known it was a children's hospital, I was just given coordinates, and I struck those coordinates. And his coordinates that he was given turned out to be the children's hospital in Kiev. And here's the part that pisses me off. So they, even if it was by accident that they hit the biggest hospital in Ukraine, one of the biggest hospitals, I think it's one of the biggest hospitals, period, in Ukraine, but it is the biggest children's hospital. They have very specialized units in this hospital, like the cancer ward for ward for children. And so they only take kids. And Russia targeted this and destroyed parts of it. And I think that the pilot, because I remember when shortly after it happened, there was a statement from the pilot saying he never was told what the target was. He was just given coordinates. Send the bombs here. And he did. He's like, I delivered, I got the orders, and I was only given coordinates. Had I known it was a children's hospital, I would never have dropped the bomb. That is not excusing him. That that is not an excuse uh, for him. He will not get away from that. We will get them. And this is also why I think it's really, really important that this war ends with a trial of all the war crimes. Oh, yeah, now I remember. I will get to you soon, Prince. I just need to get this out while I actually remember. Every single time that a civilian is hit and injured by anything that comes from Russia, it's a war crime, because an army, whether you're invading or you're defending, you have to take great measures to make sure that the civilian population do not suffer. And Russia is not. They're indiscriminately bombing everything. They don't give a shit. And in some cases, they're actually targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, which is against, that's a war crime. And they're just racking up the war crimes on a daily basis because they decided to target civilians. And so I personally want to see an end where these guys are held accountable, and that Russia as a whole, I don't care if you're living out in the woods in Siberia and you don't have a radio, TV, or like barely electricity and no electricity. I don't give a shit. I really don't. You're still held accountable. As a whole, Russia must be held accountable. And I keep harping on that point. They have to be held accountable. They have to pay reparations. They have to make amends. Anyways, off my soapbox and over to you, Prince.
All right. A couple of things, and I'm sorry I missed a chunk there. I had to make a phone call. Weird to make a phone call at midnight. That's my life. Um, the I've heard you ask about who's tracking the war crimes, who's paying attention to the war crimes, and things like that. And there are actually several different organizations within Ukraine, and I'm sure there's a bunch that I'm not even going to list here. But what first comes to mind is Truth Hounds. Truth Hounds goes and interviews citizens who have been victims of war crimes, and they are an organization that actually Victoria Amelina was working with, and documenting war crimes. You have the Center for Civil Liberties, where Alexander, the one that won the Peace Prize in 2022, that Alexander Medvedchuk is the head of. They do direct interviews and track and document war crime. The Tribunal for Putin does some of that also, sort of as a group with other organizations. The Center for Civil Liberties is part of that group also. And then, of course, you have within the Ukrainian government organizations that are also looking at war crimes. The SBU, NABU, they all have some part that looks at war crimes. I just remembered another one and it yeeted out of my brain because I started to say, yes, the human rights, the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission that is in Ukraine that does still monitor war crimes. So yes, there's a lot of monitoring of the war crimes. Now, is anything ever going to happen with that stuff? Yeah, I mean, we can say those are just in Ukraine, right? So we could also talk about Yale, and I'm sure that you did in the segment about the children when I was away. But what Yale has done also, of course, is monitoring war crimes, right? And Yale has sent information. They send information to The Hague on a regular basis. They send information to the International Criminal Court on a regular basis. And some of the data that they have had, I believe, was key. Some of what they passed on was key in getting the arrest warrants for Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova. But I wanted to go on sort of a different track, just really, really quick. When it comes to deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring apart its physical destruction and whole them apart, that to me is what they're doing now with freezing them out, with the Holodomor, as it's starting to be called. And why is this eating out of my head all the time? This is it. Arrest warrants. That's where I was going. Back in 2022, if you remember the very, very concerted attacks on the energy infrastructure then, that went from the fall until the spring, basically. And those were examined by the International Criminal Court. And they actually put out the information and the data, and I'm not going to go digging my hard drive to find it, but the arrest warrants that were issued for a couple of the other people who were there, I want to say maybe Shoigu and Grasimov. Yeah, could be. The arrest warrants there were based on that very specific period of time from fall 2022 till spring 2023 and the attacks on the civilian infrastructure within Ukraine. And you can look at a piece of civilian infrastructure and you can say, what is the military value of that? What kind of harm will that do to the civilian population versus the military benefit that it will gain? And so that kind of thing has been looked at. It has been submitted to the International Criminal Court by organizations, and it has been taken into account and is being used as grounds to issue arrest warrants. But it was very, very important, and it's one of the things that they said in the initial release about that arrest warrant was it was very important to them to not keep that confidential. They wanted to let people know that it was this period of time and that difference between looking at what they've attacked and seeing the military benefit versus the civilian damage. And the civilian damage, they needed to weigh that before they made the attack. They either ignored it or didn't do it or chose to attack anyway and inflicted the pain and suffering upon the civilian population because there was no benefit militarily speaking. And so, I look at what's happening today, what's happening now, and I've been very focused on that specific line, with that specific of the five, and because we see that every single day. The story that we heard just yesterday about the 84-year-old woman who froze to death after surviving the Holocaust, whose parents were killed at Babin Yar. These are all things. killed at Bob and Yar when the word genocide existed, but the word genocide did not even exist then. So anyway, I will shut up because this is your thing and I'm drugged.
No, you're good.
Well, yeah, you're good. I wanted to bring this up, and I actually wanted to have like this actually did play out the way I wanted it to play out, where people come up and go like, okay, but did you think about this? And the way that you added to as definition, like what are examples of these acts, the five example, like the five pillars or five acts. And we need to have concrete evidence, because otherwise anybody can sit here and go like, oh, it's a genocide, it's a genocide. And they're like, yeah, but are they really? And then we look at the five acts and we have given ample examples of how this, here are some real life examples of what they're doing in Ukraine right now. And this is why this is a genocide. And the fact that we do have the intent, and it's called dulis superialis or something, which sounds like something
Dolus
out of
Dolus Specialis.
dolus specialis. That is the hardest part, and that is crucial in when you want to call something a genocide. You have to have the intent, and we have clearly coming straight from the Russian leaders. I believe somebody said that. I was talking to somebody yesterday, and they were saying that even Putin has clearly stated this goal: a Ukraine without Ukrainians. And so we have the intent clearly laid out right in front of us. And like I said, this Volya Radio is a part of history, because we are documenting. We are these the shows that we have are recorded and put on Spotify. And yes, I understand that the servers can go down and the information can be erased, but at one point, these are living documents of what is going on in Ukraine right here, right now. And I don't think that this will ever be in the court, but there's still a living document and a testament to what the atrocities are that Russia are committing on a daily basis in Ukraine. And like I said, I wanted to do this during a time when I can catch the Europeans early in the morning. And I'm sorry if this is not the funny, perky, chipper stuff that we sometimes do, and like we're laughing at the tales of woe, and we have Russians being sent to the front on crutches, or somebody who has lost an arm, and what are they going to be able to do on the front line? Not a whole lot. They're just stopping bullets from hitting the person who's healthy behind them. That's it. And but I also wanted, because I understand that this is a serious and heavy topic. I get it, and it's not. It's more fun to laugh at the stupid Russians who, because of heavy snowfall, and I get it. I have been in snowstorms. We had in Sweden, we had three classes of storms, and we had the highest. It was like a big red triangle over the area that I lived, due to we'd had really warm weather. It was in the like above freezing, so the snow and everything was melting. And then all of a sudden it went back down to like minus 20. And then all of that, all the melted snow turned into ice. And there were buses in the ditches. There were, like there were cars were driving off the road, which is actually a rare occasion. It happens in Sweden, but not as much. We have a lot of experience on driving in ice and snow. And still, I have not heard of a bus stopping, asking the passengers to get out of the goddamn bus and push it. I've never heard of that. And like I said yesterday, I'm old. I'm 54. I'll be 55 this summer. And so, it's unheard of here. And yet it happens in Russia. They're incompetent. Their incompetence is staggering, but they're also really competent at committing genocide. And I think that the fact that we don't know the truth of what happened in Chechnya, the fact that we don't know the full truth of what's happened in Georgia and in Syria, this is the most well documented war in history until now, where we have video footage, we have all of these things, like all the news. People have cell phones and they're tweeting things out. They're showing us this is what's happening now. We see what happens. It's not just the humans in Ukraine that are affected, the animals are too. We have seen ecocide happen, play out in front of our very eyes when the Russians blew up the Kakhovka Dam, and the wildlife that they killed, and how they destroyed the fauna that was below it. We're seeing all of these crimes. They're well documented, and let's not let them get away with this. Go ahead, Prince.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the tweet that Jennie has put up in the nest. I have added a couple of things to it, and I'm gonna put it towards the front. Well, let me check. I'm working on that. I'll put it. I'll do it in a second. I'll put it back to the front again. But I have added a couple of replies on there, and one of them is the UN fact sheet, which I think she has probably been reading from and doing the work to put this together from, which is an excellent fact sheet. I keep that fact sheet close at hand because my memory to be able to recite things exactly is really, really crap. But I know exactly where on that piece of paper that the information I need is. So that fact sheet, a link to that fact sheet PDF is in a reply. Additionally, it was actually just January 9th that during a big huge attack, January 9th, during the big huge attack on Ukraine, Alan and Robin started early, the genocide segment. We started it early, and Alan and Robin were covering what was happening sort of as it was happening, very large attack. And then Nancy, Gina, and I took over, and we had already talked because of what was happening about just reviewing the genocide convention, very much like Jennie did. And so I put a link to that Spotify episode into Jennie's thread also. So if you want to go and look at that, I do, I've done the genocide segment with Nancy and Gina. Now we're into, I believe, our third year of doing that. And I just have to say, Gina's mind and way to express things and tell things, it's no surprise because she's a writer. But she can give some amazing detail, and she does most of the going through of the genocide convention and helping to understand it. So I wanted to put the link to that that specific show, and of course they're all on the Volya Radio Spotify channel also. So just wanted to say those couple of things.
Thank you. I was actually starting to wonder, because I did put up this post late last night, and I had zero traction on that thread. None. And that kind of surprised me. So I'm starting to think that I might be shadow banned, so it wasn't showing. And which also believes me, here's like the conspiracy, the tinfoil warning, where you start wondering, is Musk decreasing the traction on tweets that are uncomfortable, that has to do with the things that Russia's doing? I don't know, but thank you for adding to the thread. Again, it's a living document. It's a living testament of what Russia is doing. So if anybody has more information and they want to add to the post, because I did divide them up, the acts, the 5 different acts, and if you want to um, add what is going on to it, then please do so. That is the intent of it. It was a guideline for me so that I would be able to speak coherently about this, but it's also a document, a living document that people can add to, go like, okay, remember when they did this, remember this, and have more proof of their acts of genocide. Please do. I welcome that. Over to you, Genesis Man. I feel like I've been talking forever.
Yes, you have, Jenny, but it's absolutely fine, and it's only right and proper that we do this. So a bit of housekeeping today, people. So Jenny's really important, and she's got to get away spot on 9 o'clock. So we're going to finish about 08:59 UK time. That's 010:59 in Ukraine, I think. And I don't know what time it'll be around the world. In the continent or Europe, it'll be 09:59. So we need to wrap it up really quick now. For all you budding fire investigation officers out there, I'll just do a quick summary of the stuff I'm starting to see, Jenny. So we can have a little booms and woe. I've got some woe to do. So the first one I want to talk about is, unfortunately, the Russians set fire to the Volkswagen factory that they nicked off Volkswagen and handed to Putin's crony, and now producing Chinese cars rebranded as the Russian Tenet, and it's no longer. It's a raging inferno. Now it's a little video, and there are so many videos of stuff on fire in Russia at the moment. It's quite uplifting, but this one particularly piqued my interest because if you're a fire investigation officer or if you're a fire officer in charge of things, this clearly states where you should make your first attack. Now, if you look at the video, it's like I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 10 where you have the double door loading bay doors and there's smoke billowing out of them. Now, if you look at the color of the smoke, the one to the furthest to the right is the darkest. Now that tells me that's the origin of the fire, and that's where you should start your firefighting operations, because that's where the original fire is going to start, and the rest of it is just smoke pumping down the factory and escaping through vents that it can do. So I thought that one was just slightly interesting. It piqued my interest, and I thought people might have seen it. So go furthest to the right, see the color of the smoke. That's the darkest smoke. See right there, billowing at the top. And then that's where you should start firefighting operations. Now, the Russians won't do that because they don't know what they're looking at. And I only saw one truck, and to be honest, it was one side of the building as well. So I'd be sending, well, at least 10 to start with. So that's where I wanted to start at that. Now, onward and upward, as they say. So you made mention of this, Jenny. This week, temperatures in Moscow will plummet to get this, minus 47 degrees C. And for all my American friends, that's the proper scale you should be using. I don't know what Fahrenheit is. That's stupid. You need to run a thing to change that. So it's minus 47. Now, you said, I think, Jenny, minus 25, and your dog gets really, he doesn't want to play. Is that, was I remembering right?
Yes. So what he does when it gets down to around minus 25, that's his like, okay, you know what? I'll pee and poop right outside the door. Kind of thing. He doesn't, and I have bought him boots and a jacket, and I just don't bother with it because he just fights me to the nail. He's like, I'd rather freeze my ass off. But he'd start hopping on three legs, and it's always his back legs that he will put up close to the body to heat up his tiny little paw. And then when he sees heated up one, then he'll pick up the other one and he'll hop along. And that's around minus 25. Yes. So
So,
minus 47, he'd be like, fuck no, I'll pee in the shower.
would you go out at minus 47? What's the lowest temperature you've been out at?
I actually don't know, um, because one year we actually, whenever I woke up during the entire, like, it was like a 6 week period. Every single morning when I woke up, I look at the temperature, it was minus 30 or colder every single fucking morning. And I was like, God damn it. And then there was one morning when I wake up and I just have dashes on my thermometer. And I realized my thermometer only goes down to minus 40. And after minus 40, it just like, you know, don't even think about going outside. And I had to go outside. And here's a fun fact: you may think that your fingers are dry, but around minus 30, maybe 28, when you touch metal with your hand, you will get stuck to the metal because your hands are moist. Even though you think that they're dry, they're really not. They're really not dry. And when you touch metal, you kind of get stuck to it a little bit, and then you have to like rip it off. Do not lick metal. I'm just
I get
saying
that.
right now. Yeah, do not lick metal. So I don't know how cold it was, but I don't think that it was a lot colder than minus 42. Fun fact: both thermometers, the temperatures converge at -40. So -40 is -40 in both scales. Anyways, I don't know who was first with their hand.
Are they?
You have
He's
to
gonna
decide.
he's gonna tell us what cold really is.
No, I'm not going to tell you that, but because I'm a time wasting a-hole, I just came up to say that heathens use Fahrenheit, amateurs use Celsius, and real men use Kelvin. So there we go.
Yeah, thanks for that, mate. Surf fella, I think he dropped down. Karen, go ahead.
Hello. I have a question. If is anybody out there that follows the oil market? I just read something unusual, unusual compared to the direction the news has been going lately anyway, in a Danish newspaper. And you know how the Dark Fleet has always employed really scabby-looking old ships, ships not of a lot of commercial value, so if they lost their cargo, at least it wouldn't have been with a brand new ship. Plus, the price on oil was so low that they couldn't afford to ship them on better ships. Well, according to this Danish newspaper, I really want Jennie to take a look at this. Several shipping companies have began to excuse me, my tongue got twisted, have begun to deploy new tankers to transport Russian crude oil, as freight rates have increased significantly, as well as oil prices have fallen. Okay, but so what this, a newer ship is a big investment, and so are they thinking that they're going to be able to get their oil to their destinations, even though it's sanctioned? The thing is, a lot of countries have started enforcing sanctions and taking ships, not just the U.S., but, around Europe. And the Baltic Sea has now kind of said no more Dark Fleet. So it seems odd to me, not being educated in these things, that there is now a trend for companies shipping this Russian oil to go toward newer freighters. And I will DM you with the article and let you, because I really want to hear what you think. This is odd to me.
Got any thoughts on
Thank
that,
you.
Jenny?
At the top of my head, no, I hadn't heard of this, but I guess that's a positive that they are employing, like having newer ships, because the rust buckets were a disaster waiting to happen, and maybe this is like a way for them to try to circumvent the fact that we will impound them. But I don't know. I'm not sure how much I can take a look at that today because
So
I
we
have
we
to go
we
away
spoke
soon.
about the International Maritime Organization's regulations on the space a few days ago, and it seems the European Coast Guard agencies as a whole are using safety as one of the main reasons to start impounding the ships. Notwithstanding they're impounded anyway or sanctioned, so they're looking for two ways of getting it. I would suggest, Karen, that this is a way round those safety regulations because newer ships will be closer to the standards. I don't think they'll be at the standards because Russia just doesn't do that. But
That,
I would say
yeah,
that would
it's a
be a way
very good
round them.
point. That is a very good point, and I wouldn't be surprised if you are absolutely right. Uh, I'm going to follow this. It's quite interesting, but that makes complete sense to me.
No, thank you for bringing it up. So, Sir Fella, you had your hand up, sir. Are you ready to talk?
Yeah, I'm having Twitter problems this morning. I've got the pox.
Yeah, all of us, sir. All of us.
All of them. I was just going to say, Jenny, does your dog, do you use the little fleece booties on your dog when it's really cold?
Yeah, they kind of look like little mini trainers. And in fact, I have like the stripes. So my kids were like, oh, these are Adidas. Cool. The dog has more expensive boots than I do. And and then he does the silly walk, where they're like kicking their legs way out, and it looks really hilarious. And so it's just as much for my enjoyment as much it is for him not freezing his little paws off. It's really funny.
Brilliant. We just use like a simple fleece bootie, like a little fleece sock with a Velcro wrap for the sled dogs when we're running on snow. And the first time you put booties on a dog, you have to have a camera because it only happens once, and it is the funniest thing in the world to watch. Sounds a bit cruel, but it is. Imagine like a cat on a hot tin roof, but it's a dog on fleece booties. It is absolutely hilarious. Yeah, and I just wondered if you use them, because we use them all the time in sled dog worlds when it's really cold and snowy.
No, I think that they have fleece inside, but they're also like plastic bottom with tracks. It's really funny. So he has like super expensive little booties that I never get on him, because by the time that I get one on, he just stands there and shakes the leg until it comes off. And so, and because he's super tiny, so are his little boots. They're like really tiny. They're not big like dog sleds. But yeah, it really, I have a photo of him in his like the jacket and the boots on, and he's just standing there stiff, and you can see how uncomfortable. Like, people say that animals don't have facial expressions. I'm like, you have never been around animals, have you?
Oh yes, they do.
Yes, they really do. And he's just standing there going like, what fresh hell have I entered? This must be like the seventh level of hell in Dante's Inferno or something. It's really funny. So yeah.
You'll have to
Do you
post.
have?
You'll have to post a photo, Jenny. I want to see it now.
I will look for it, and I will post it, and I will tag you in it. I promise.
Brilliant. Thank you.
You want to mention the 17th, Fella, or are you good to go today?
Yeah, we can mention the 17th for anybody that is in the UK, or if you fancy a little trip across Europe. My wife's driving. She was supposed to be going to Romania tomorrow, driving to Romania. And thank you very much to Ona for her assistance with this. But the race they were going to in Romania has been cancelled due to lack of snow, believe it or not. All you guys over that way. Yeah, so they're going to Germany now to go training with the dogs for 10 days. But so why don't you come the other way, folks, and bring your goodies on the 17th of February to Hungerford Football Club here in the south of the UK, or kind of Midlands south. So it's a donations day for Ukraine. So we need everything from first aid supplies to bedding, as long as it's clean, warm blankets, but only the fleece ones, because they pack small and they dry very quickly, not the kind of heavy old waffle blankets. Any clothes you got, particularly dark stuff, dark camo, down jackets, gloves, anything like that. We need stuff for the kiddos, so any sort of children's clothes. We need nappies, toiletries, sanitary stuff, any car tools, any like jump leads and jacks and wrenches and spanner sets, stuff, socket sets, stuff that we can get to the guys to keep on board their vehicles, because they're always breaking down with the standard of the roads and the cold weather. So all that kind of stuff. Any dried food, we don't want tins or bottles because they get dented and smashed on transit, but dried food, packet pastas, all that kind of stuff would be fantastic. If you can't get it to Hungerford, then we've got a few people around the place that are coming that can pick up stuff. So I'm based near South Wales, Gloucestershire borders, and I'm picking up loads of stuff from all around that area. I've got a van load going, and we're trying at the moment to fund a whole load of generators through the Rotary Club of Great Britain, through one of the local branches. We've been on to them. We managed to fund 29 2 years ago. I'm trying to get them to repeat it and fund a load of generators. So, yeah, anything like that. There is a pinned post on my profile and Shapster's profile with a full list, full rundown of stuff. And bring it along. Meet me in Shapster. I'm sure there'll be some Ukrainian honey cake floating around somewhere. And it's normally a really good day. Last time we filled an entire Arctic truck plus a van plus sent out an ambulance as well, packed with medical supplies. So really amazing work that Hugs and SHAP, the two organisations that work together locally to give support and aid to Ukraine. So coming on the 17th. Thanks, Genesis man.
No worries, fella. Yeah, I would just second that, people. So please support that day, all our UK listeners. Get up to Hungerford on the 17th at the football ground. I think it is, isn't it, sir, fella?
It is, Hungerford Football Ground. It's quite easy to find. I managed to find it without getting lost last time. So if I can find it, you guys can find it. Stick it in your Google Maps on your phone, and it'll take you straight there. And normally we have refreshments as well, tea, coffee, stuff like that. It's a really good atmosphere. It's a shame you're not close to Genesis, man. You have to come along.
No. I'm already thinking about I might make a troll up there. And I was just going to say, just follow the smell of hot dogs. You'll find the place, not a problem.
Yeah, you'll have to. We did. Daily Fella has been trying to make it up as well. I know he's very busy, but Daily Fella, who does the Daily Fella newspaper, he was going to try and make it along. Silver Ladies comes along. There's quite a few fellas and fellinas that come along. So it's normally a good little get together as well as doing good work with all the donations, getting all boxed up, etc.
Well, please support that, people. On a side note, I think I might be coming back from the Caribbean, so I might not be able to get there. Anyway, so sticking on the subject, I know, mate, it's nearly done. Sticking on the subject of ships, people, the Russian cargo ship. I know, I'll get to you in a minute. Yeah, thank you. I'm talking. Are we happy? Good, right. Russian cargo ship spent 14 hours off Minehead underneath or anchored underneath and near UK cables near the British Channel yesterday. Now, so the Royal Navy were not happy about that, and they sent a helicopter from RNASY Yeovilton and Coast Guard aircraft monitored the ship, and it was instructed to leave UK waters by said helicopters. It may or may have been seeking shelter or making repairs. This is the ship that shed 1,500 tons of timber in the English Channel in 2009. Lovely ship. So it was obviously trying to do one of our cables, and it got sorted. So that's that. It's extremely cold. Yes. Now I did see this. So there's a report here from OSINT around the use by the Russian Federation of using Starlinks over Ukraine territory. Now they're saying all that is needed is a decision. I'm pretty sure that Ukraine would have made this decision if it had been this easy. But a government of the Ukraine can establish a registry or a whitelist of documented, legally operated Starlink systems, both governmental and private, authorized for the use inside the country. Starlink can then implement a geofence around Ukraine that disables any terminals not listed in this registry. Claims that this could be bypassed by using VPNs or modified GPS hardware are apparently unfounded. Starlink does not solely rely on reported location metadata. Terminal position can be determined at the network level using Doppler shift measurements. I'm sure somebody that's quite a lot more intelligent than me can explain that to you. Signal timing offsets, round trip latency, beam geometry across multiple satellites, correlation from 3 or 4 satellites is sufficient to independently verify the location. So it seems that Ukraine can actually shut down these Starlinks. Now, I wonder if that'll start happening. I'm rather hoping it will. So just cracking on. Yes, we've had a couple of fires, and I'm seeing a load more fires. So they've had a fire suddenly broke out at Tech 3 in Kupiansk, which is a thermal power plant. One of the boilers on the roof caught fire. 2 Russians were killed. What a shame. 2 less to worry about. According to preliminary information, the cause of the fire was a failure to observe safety regulations during work on the roof. All right, so I'll tell you what that is. So they use bitumen tar, and that needs heating up using LPG cylinders. So what people do is, because it's cold and it looks chuffing cold there, they would just leave the heaters running. And obviously, bitumen tar has an ignition point, people. And if you keep eating it to pass the ignition point, guess what happens? It just goes, yeah, I'm on fire now. And once it's on fire, it is a bugger to put out. And it will take a little bit more than throwing snow at it, as I can see him doing, which is not going to help. You all right, Jenny, or shall I just keep going?
Keep going.
Okay, so that's that one done. Oh, yeah, it's really cold. Where are we? Ah, yes. Now they've had a fire at a. I'll get this at a chicken factory. Yeah, all right. Crispy fried chicken and all that. Yeah, yeah. But just another blaze, and it seems to be that they're getting quite a few arson attacks because even when I was in the fire service, dust doesn't keep bursting into flames. With the regularity it seems to be taking in Russia, which is a shame. Yes. Now, how about we got a couple of minutes? I'll do this. A quick tale of Roe from our lovely friend Chris O'Ricky. So, get off. Hang on, I'm being attacked again. Sorry. The video and the second one from the same group of men highlighted how the Russian army treats ex-convicts as expandable cannon fodder without any regard for their lives. He's back with it, so he's got another story. Former convicts with amputated legs who are serving in the Russian military say a divisional commander who hates them and ex-prisoners is sending them to the front. Quote, they should all die. Well, they will do. The men shown in the videos are serving of the 126th Motorized Regiment, Rifle Regiment, military unit, for those that care, 50526 of the 7th Motorized Rifle Division. Jesus Christ. 71st, sorry. They all have suffered serious injuries leading to amputations of limbs. Despite this, they're still being sent to the front. Good God. Couldn't make this stuff up. By order of Colonel Vladimir, I can't say that, Konstantinov, Deputy Commander of the 71st Division. We are being driven, as it were, to the slaughter because it seems to him he has a personal score to settle with us. So he's just sending them to the front, and they're not having it. So it doesn't say that they're doing anything about it. It just says that he's sending them to it. And there's pictures of people on crutches with their legs in plaster and stuff, and he keeps sending them. He's saying prisoners shouldn't live. A prisoner should fight there, die, and stay there. What kind of attitude is this towards us? Why do they act like this? The soldiers say that they have appealed to local prosecutor's office without success. Yeah, because that's not going to work. They ask for the interventions to stop the ongoing abuses. And so they're just treating their people like they keep treating their people. They are going to send whatever they have to the front to be shot at by the Ukrainians. It's not about winning, it's just about overwhelming. Yeah. And the
That's
last
what you
one,
do when you do that when you actually don't think that you have a chance in hell of winning.
no,
Then you just
absolutely.
overwhelm the enemy. When you are done, I realize what we have forgot to do. Do you realize?
Yeah. And the numbers, do you want to do them quick? Because I'm nowhere near them.
I have them, but do the last piece and then I will.
Okay. So it's just the last piece was that Russia is selling all its gold and it's running out rather fast. It's a long one, Jenny, and I won't get to the end of it before you start, and then we'll run out of time. So you best go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to do the numbers in 2 seconds. I just want to mention that Russia is actually committing 2 genocides at once. The people fighting on the front lines are not the people from Moscow or Leningrad. It is the ones from the minorities out in the Far East, the ones that Russia wants to get rid of and keep the population down in order to be able to keep control over them. So you remove the men out of the equation, kill them off on the front lines in Ukraine, and that way they won't do an uprising. Kind of clever, huh? So he's actually committing 2 genocide at once. He's killing off minorities inside of Russia at the same time as he's killing off Ukrainians. 2 for 1, I think. So the numbers today are on the battlefield 1,310 were eliminated off of the battlefield, wounded, dead, or missing. And that takes us to a grand total of 1,238,710. Yowzers. They found 1 tank. Yeah, they're running out of those. They have now eliminated 11,614 tanks from the battlefield. 4 armored combat vehicles. Wow, they found some of those as well. That takes us to a total of 23,969. I wish I could say 69 without giggling, but I can't because I'm not a grown up. 15 artillery systems. A total now is 36,748. 2 MLRS. Wow, they have found some stuff, haven't they? Takes us to a total of 1,631. 1 air defense system, which, oh, they should have found 2. The total is now 1,289. 555 operational tactical UAVs, which takes that to a very big number. 119,234, which again, referring back to the earlier part of the segment, this is part of the genocide. They are mainly going after civilian targets, these UAVs and the missiles and all the other crap that Russia finds. There were no cruise missiles tonight. That's good. And they added 129 automotive and fuel tanks, takes us to a total of 76,319, and 1 special equipment for a total of 4,054. Yeah, so much winning right there. They're not getting like taking their crap off the battlefield. The thing is they are running out of stuff. This is why we see tanks from like the 50s and 60s coming from the Russian side. And yes, they're sending the ones that are really injured. They're sending them to soak up the bullets so the guy behind can move into his position and have fewer, hopefully in their minds, fewer bullets launched at him. It's insane. They're barbarians. Back to you, Genesis Man.
Well, let's bring us up to the top of the hour, Jennie. You need to get away. So thank you, everybody, for the space today. And Jennie, thank you for your segment. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. People, don't let them run the narrative. They're committing genocide day in, day out. Keep on it, everyone. And with that, I'll say Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Slava Nazi. Thank you for your work today, Prince.
Mad.
It's been brilliant sorting the space out and the nest. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. You're doing a fantastic job. You're doing a lot behind the scenes, things that the listeners don't see, but you do so much behind the scenes. Thank you. And Smert Voraham. And as always, remember, fuck Russia. Actually, don't actually go there and fuck them. You'll get diseases that we can't treat in the liberal democracies. But just actually remove all the warning labels and send shit to them. They'll sort that thing out themselves. Thank you.
Sounds good. And now that Jennie has given us the appropriate instructions for how to deal with Russia, I will say scare Popotamus.
Popotamus.
Join us and go away.